Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
And Mayor Brand.
Here. Thank you, Eleanor. Do we have any announcements from closed session?
We do. We have reportable action in the form of the council having given City Attorney Mike Webb unanimous direction to defend the city in the Joseph Frank versus City of Redondo Beach and Village Spirits Incorporated case.
Okay. All right. Is that it? Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Nierenheim. Any objections? Okay, so ordered. We are adjourned. Now I'd like to call to order a regular meeting of the City Council. It is June 16th. Welcome, everybody. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
And Mayor Brand.
Here. Let's all rise and salute the flag and take a few moments of silence afterwards, please. Okay, ready? Begin. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you, folks. With that, we'll turn right to announcements. Councilmember Nierenheim, do you have any announcements to make?
I do. Thank you, Mayor Brand. A couple announcements. First, I want to thank Mr. Wazanski for joining me on my in-person or my Zoom community meeting on Monday night. He showed up at 7:30. We had a packed agenda, so it was great that he showed up. Appreciate that. And maybe next month we'll get you on the in-person meeting on December 11th, I believe it is. Yeah, December 11th at Alta Vista, starting at 9:30. We also had our community meeting in person as well at Alta Vista Community Center. It was a great meeting. Again, a packed agenda. We had a great conversation on ranked choice and STAR, the current way we do voting, just changing the way we do voting methodology, why, so on and so forth. So it was a great conversation amongst many other things that we talked about. SB 9 stayed overrun on our local zoning laws. It was a lot to go over. So really appreciate all the residents. Probably had like 50 or 60 residents easily, or more than that, 70, 80 residents that actually showed up. They were quite interested. So these are the kind of topics that District 1 is South Redondo is really interested in, and we got a lot of people from North Redondo as well. So, anything that deals with zoning and housing and some of these issues, it's quite cool to see everyone show up. Other things that I want to go over real quick, since we're not going to be meeting for about 3 weeks after this meeting today, we've got on Thursday, November 2nd, in the Riviera Village.
December 2nd?
December 2nd. Thank you. December 2nd. The Riviera Village has the holiday stroll. And that's where we shut down the Riviera Village and we have a parade. And I just want to invite all the fellow council members and staff to come on down. And Councilmember Baji, you've never done this before. You can come on down and bring someone. There's a parade that we're on. We're on a horse-drawn carriage and we go through the Riviera Village around in the big circle and we throw out some candy canes and it's just a ton of fun. It's thousands of people showing up. It'll be a good time. Next week, City Hall is closed. Happy Thanksgiving to everyone. And between now and then, we're going to have the annual menorah lighting, but the Christmas tree lighting will be on December 7th. So that's all I have to report between now and next month. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Almost the exact same thing as Councilmember Nierenheim. I'd like to thank City Manager Mike Wazanski for joining us last night. A little earlier than Nils's meeting, a smaller meeting, which is always kind of nice because you get to ask a lot of questions. And we talked about everything from redistricting to the mayor's effort with the initiative, to let's see what else we talked about. A few other things, but we talked about the vision of the council, where the direction of the city is headed, and it was just a nice meeting. So thank you again, Mike, for attending. And there will be no December meeting for District 2, since everybody has a very full calendar in December. So we'll have the next one in January. But I want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. It'll be good to get together with family and friends again. And I hope you feel the same. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, nothing new to report, and everybody covered all the stuff coming up. Just one quick mention, if anybody's interested in redistricting as it relates to county and our 5 supervisors, there's a meeting tomorrow night, November 17th at 6:30 p.m. And there's about 6 different map options for what may happen to our area. Some of them have us shifting, the South Bay shifting to having 3 representatives down here. So if anybody's interested in that, you can go to redistricting.lacounty.gov and you can sign up to speak publicly and weigh in on that. That's it. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
I'm going to miss Mr. Obaji. Okay.
Go ahead, we'll go to him next.
Okay. So I want to thank the people who came to the Performing Arts Center for my community meeting. It was a great turnout, and I want to thank Jack Meyer and Renee for helping me pull it all together. And they're very concerned about Beeland and wanting to get some traffic calming down there. And the Dow Johnson Triangle was also a concern on there as well. Introduced ranked choice voting to them. It's going to take a lot of education on that for sure. So anyway, that's it. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Excellent. Councilmember Obaji, excuse me, I'm sorry I missed you.
That's all good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will not have, at least I've not yet scheduled our community meeting for this month, just because the last Tuesday when I normally would do it, I've been invited by the Citizens Police Academy to speak there. So when I do set the date, I will send out an email blast, and hopefully it works for folks. It might be at the beginning of December. I wanted to let folks know that you can get your booster shot now here in Redondo. At least I know the CVS in Artesia in District 4 is offering it. The wait is about a week long. They put it through your insurance, even if you have Kaiser or some other insurer, and you don't have to pay anything or maybe $5 out of pocket. So be sure to look into that if you if it's been 6 months since your last dose, and obviously consult your physicians. And you just get the app, either CVS or Rite Aid, and see if you can book an appointment. Lastly, I wanted to, something cool happened. So Friday evening, I was on my roof with a LAPD Police Lieutenant 2, because it was unseasonably warm in his family. And then all of a sudden we see this drone fly over with its lights. And it seemed to go to Artesia and Inglewood. And then it kind of hovered over there for a bit. And then you heard sirens going. And then once the sirens got there, it retreated back to seemingly South Redondo or the station. So that was a cool, and then I checked with the chief and he said, yeah, that was their drone. So it's cool to see how the technology that we authorize, that we fund, it ends up getting used to be essentially the first on the scene to start filming the scene and transmitting a video over and recording, and then until the first responders get there. And also, interestingly, I heard from LAPD how they're not able to use drones because of the privacy concerns, so on and so forth. So they end up having those very loud, very expensive, with the fuel prices, helicopters flying over their neighborhoods, whereas we have this technology that's super fast deploying, thanks to kind of the advanced technology that our chief is getting for us and that our city council is funding. So cool story there. And that's it. Thanks.
Great, thank you. First, I'd like to lead off with, we had a wonderful Veterans Day celebration last Thursday in Veterans Park. It was absolutely a beautiful day. We had some great speakers. I want to thank State Senator Ben Allen from coming down, and County Supervisor Janice Hahn, and all the speakers were just fantastic. And I want to make particular note that the mayor of Ensenada came. We are sister cities with Ensenada, and they last came, gosh, I don't remember before, but they actually brought a craftsman with us, tile person, who did the tiling in the Veterans Memorial. And it's absolutely beautiful. And he's a wonderful guy, Armando Ayala, brought a little contingent with him, exchanged pleasantries and gifts, and spent the day with him, went to the barbecue at the Elks Club. Thanks to the Elks Club again for putting on a great barbecue. And, challenged us. They've been up here a couple times. I haven't been down there, and we're sister cities with La Paz as well. And their mayor came up here about 3 years ago. So he kind of challenged us, the mayor of Ensenada, to, do something similar to what they had done for us. So I'll be looking to, our commission and any artists and take a little trip to Ensenada and look at what Redondo Beach can provide in terms of art or some kind of, who knows what for Ensenada to understand that we're a valued partner with them. And it was really interesting, learned a lot. So, second, we may lose our county supervisor, folks, as early as the middle of December. We may get a new supervisor. That could easily happen. And tomorrow night's important, what Councilmember Horvath brought up. So, if you have a real interest in who's going to be your county supervisor, and Janice Hahn's been a huge supporter of ours and helped us with the homeless situation and brought us a lot of funding for a lot of different things. We'd hate to lose her, but that's very much on the books, and it could happen as early as mid-December. So, I'll be arguing. I think it's map B. There's basically 4 main maps they're looking at. So, anybody's interested, go on the website that Councilmember Horvath mentioned. It's easy, just Google redistricting LA County and it'll all pop up. And tomorrow night's the night to show up. So I'll be showing up to that. And I want to welcome Mike Witzansky. This is Mike Witzansky's first night as our new city manager of Redondo Beach. We haven't had a new city manager in, I'm going to guess, about, 8 years. And so welcome aboard, Mike. It was unanimous, and you've earned your position. So really looking forward to working with you and getting a lot of things done. And lastly, of course, happy Thanksgiving to everybody. We're not going to meet until 3 weeks from now, as Councilmember Narenheim said. And I also want to say happy Hanukkah. A lot of people don't know Hanukkah starts November 28th. So I think it ends December 2nd, something like that, December 6th. Yeah, December 6th. So happy Thanksgiving and happy Hanukkah, everybody. It's early this year. I don't know if I've ever seen it this early. Anyway, with that, let's move on to our regular agenda. So first up is approval of order of agenda. Is any motion to approve the agenda and move around the agenda? Happy to take a motion.
Motion to approve the agenda as is.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion by Councilmember Narenheim, second by Councilmember MD. Are there any objections? Changes? Okay, so ordered. Next up is an agency recess meeting, a special meeting of the Redondo Beach Housing Authority. And with that, I'd like to call to order a meeting of the Redondo Beach Housing Authority. Roll call, please.
Okay, Member Nierenheim,
Here.
Member Lowenstein,
Here.
Member Horvath,
Here.
Member MD,
Here.
Vice Chair Obaji,
Here.
Commissioner Linez,
Here.
Commissioner Bogoslang,
Here.
and Chairman Brand.
Here, thank you, Eleanor. Okay, approval of order agenda. Any motion to approve the agenda or move the agenda around?
Motion to approve the agenda as is.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Member Linez, motion by Member Narenheim. Any objections to this? Okay, so ordered. Any additional items for immediate consideration, Eleanor?
Not for this one.
Okay. Consent calendar. Tonight we have 3 items on the consent calendar. We all pass these all at once. Any member can pull an item and have a discussion about it. Any member from the public can comment about any item on the consent calendar. Are there any public comments on the consent calendar?
For this one, no.
Okay, thank you. Are there any members who would like to pull any item on the consent calendar? Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Motion to approve consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, motion by member Linus, seconded by member Obaji. I'll do a roll call vote. Member Narenheim.
Aye.
Member Lowenstein.
Aye.
Member Horvath.
Aye.
Member Obaji.
Aye.
Member MD.
Aye.
Member Lioness.
Aye.
And member Vogelsang.
Aye.
Okay. Excellent. Okay, I guess there were no excluded consent calendar items. So with that, public participation on non-agenda items. Eleanor, anyone like to speak on non-agenda items for the Housing Authority meeting?
We have none.
Okay. Well, with that, there's no public hearings, old or new business. Are there any referrals to staff? Okay, not hearing any. This was an easy meeting. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Obaji, seconded by Member Lowenstein. Are there any objections? Okay, so ordered. Good seeing you, Member Vogelsang and Lioness.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Happy Hanukkah.
Happy Hanukkah. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That was easy. See you later.
Awesome. All right. Bye.
Best kind of meeting. We need more meetings like that. Okay, next step. Well, we're back to our regular meeting. I'll do a roll call for a return to our regular council meeting.
Okay, so Councilmember Narenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
Mayor Brand.
Here. Thank you, Eleanor. Blue folder items. We have some blue folder items to add to the record.
Yes. We have for J1, which is public participation on non-agenda items, we have some public communications. For P1, which is the update to Redondo Beach housing and land use regulations, Temple City urgency ordinance documents, and Hermosa Beach urgency ordinance documents. For P2, mayor's appointments. And that concludes the blue folder items, Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion to admit those to the record?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Councilmember Baji, seconded by Councilmember Horvath. Any objections? Okay, so ordered. Next up is consent calendar. Tonight we have 14 items on consent calendar. We normally vote for these all at once. Any member can pull a consent calendar item, and any member of the public can speak to any consent calendar item. So with that, I'll go through the council, see if anybody wants to pull an item. Councilmember Narenheim, did you want to pull an item from consent calendar?
I do. I'd like to pull item H10, please.
H10. Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yes, Mayor. H8, please.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
I do not want to pull an item, but I do want to point out a correction on the minutes for September 7th, 2021. On page 12, it lists Jeff Mendez. It's actually Mendence, MENDENCE, I believe. So I would say any motion for approval should have that correction in it. That's all.
Okay. That's really digging in, Christian. Way to go. Councilmember Obaji.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And Councilmember MD.
No, thank you.
Okay, Eleanor, are there any members of the public who'd like to speak at the consent calendar items other than H10 or H8?
Okay, here we go. Holly Osborne. Go ahead, Holly.
Yeah, I had a question on H12 when you get to that one.
Well, we're at it now. What's your question?
Oh, okay, let me open. Let me tell you, I have to open, okay. Okay, this is Holly Osborne, District 5, and the question is, I thought affordable housing was supposed to be sold only to people that fit into the lower income range and it had to be owner occupied. Why is there all this provision for allowing the buyer to rent it out, even if it is to another lower income person? I thought we were supposed to be enabling people in lower income brackets to buy housing to live in and become homeowners. I did not think we were going to sell affordable housing to lower income people so that they could immediately become landlords. So then I had two other questions. How many of the breakwater affordable units are actually occupied by the owner and how many are owned by a landlord? And the same thing for the Montecito. How many of the Montecito affordable units are actually occupied by the owner and how many are owned by a landlord? Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Holly. Cameron's the staff person on this. Cameron, did you have answers? I don't know if he's going to be able to answer those last two questions, but about this particular property, Cameron, or whatever.
Yeah, we thank you, Mayor. We actually have our housing supervisor, Angelica Zavala, on, as well as our housing consultant, Kathy Head. So I'll refer to Angelica first, and then maybe we'll turn things over to Kathy.
Great.
Hi, hello, everyone. Actually, I do have Kathy Head. She's our affordable housing consultant, and I prefer she answer the question since she's the most knowledgeable on this subject. Go ahead, Kathy.
Hi, sure, I'm happy to do it. Hello, Mayor, council members.
Good to see you again, Kathy.
Nice to see you too. Wouldn't be a Tuesday, would it? Anyway, there's a provision in, Ms. Osborne's correct, there's a provision in the breakwater agreement that allows owners of the low or moderate income units to rent the unit with city council approval, only with city council approval. And in the C2 of breakwater, in that agreement, it says they can only rent them while they're trying to sell it to another lower moderate income household. So what it is, it's a hardship provision. If they come to the city council, they demonstrate a hardship, then you have the discretion to allow them to rent it, but only for the period while they're trying to sell it to another complying household. The second answer is no one in breakwater is currently renting out their unit. All 22 are owner occupied. I don't have information on the second project.
Well, realtors that I talk to say, Bill, if you want to sell your house, just let me know. You don't have to have an open house, anything. It'll just be sold this weekend. So I don't know what the hardship is in selling a house, particularly a condo, especially a low income condo. And who enforces this? I mean, does the city go in and say, hey, you've been on the market for 3 months and you got a renter and now it's been a year or whatever? I mean, at what point does the city step in and say, hey, you were supposed to be selling this?
Right. And you know, right now, as I say, all 22 are owner occupied. I'm unaware of any other than one breakwater unit that actually had a renter in it. And that was actually recently sold to a moderate income household. You would know as a council, because this would have to come to you to find out that they were actually renting it. And so if somebody was, then it would be monitored by the housing staff, but it's not actually happening. It's just in there as a hardship provision. It's been in there since 2008 when breakwater was originally developed. At your discretion, you can change that language for agreements going forward and change it however you like, actually.
You mean the language that allows them to rent while they're trying to sell it?
Right.
I just don't understand why they're having difficulty selling the unit.
Well, nobody has. This was just how these agreements were written in 2008. And as I say, this hasn't happened actually. So it's not a provision that's been used.
We're just approving the sale as an affordable unit, correct, Kathy?
That's correct.
Okay. Mm-hmm. For a maximum sale price of $123,622, right?
That's correct.
All right.
Okay. Thank you, Kathy. Is there any questions? Anyone have any other questions? Thanks for bringing that up, Holly. I don't see any hands up. Is there any public comment on this?
That concludes the public comment, Mayor.
Bye, all.
So long, Kathy.
Thank you.
So, okay, any other public comments about the consent calendar?
None, Mayor.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve consent calendar other than items H10 and H8.
Motion to approve the consent calendar other than H10 and H8.
Second.
Okay, I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, Eleanor, get a few
Yes,
things
I
to
have.
read.
Yes. H7, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2111112, a resolution City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, awarding a public works contract to Pub Construction Inc., a California corporation, in the amount of $247,000 for the construction of the pier restroom improvements project, job number 70640. H14, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2111113, a resolution of City Council City of Redondo Beach approving applications for specified grant funds for the rehabilitation of Seaside Lagoon and affirming the submission of grant applications to the state. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Eleanor. Next up is item H8. Councilmember Lowenstein pulled item H8.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Brand. Mr. Saman, I just have a couple of questions related to this item.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So the item includes curb cuts as well as a bulb out on Maria. So the item itself was actually approved 2 weeks ago, and this is for engineering services, correct?
Correct. Yeah, this is for the construction management and inspection services for the 34 curb ramps that are going to be constructed. And as you said, the council approved that on the 2nd of November.
Okay, and approximately $160,000, which is quite a lot for a bulb out, is dedicated towards that. Is that going to be like a pure cement bulb out, or are we going to maybe able to put some type of plants or something, because it's kind of ugly? But you know, I should have asked that question a couple of weeks ago when it was on the consent calendar. Do you know?
Yeah, that's okay. There's a couple of the locations actually that we're utilizing the traffic calming monies for. The one is Maria Anita that you mentioned. The other is Camino Real and South Juanita. South Juanita and Camino Real, it's a remodification of that intersection, if you will, with bulb outs that take out the skew and shorten the pedestrian pathway that was approved by council previously. That's where the majority of the funding is going to from the traffic calming. The Anita Maria location is actually about $52,000 and change. If you recall, we attempted to do that as an add-on with a prior project with a change order. That cost was exorbitantly high. It was almost twice as much at $110,000, and we preferred to keep that for a component of an actually bid project, and it paid off. It's actually half of that construction cost. Both of these locations, because these are extensions of the curb return, we won't have any landscaping. It is predominantly going to be hardscape. There are pedestrian pathways to consider, the ADA ramps that are going to be there. And at Anita and Maria, there's a significant amount of runoff that needs to be addressed as part of that because of the sloping of the roadway. So yeah, most of that is just going to be hardscape at that location.
Okay, so cement, roughly. Yeah. That's what you're telling me. Okay. Do you know approximately how much money is left in the traffic calming budget after this?
Yeah, I looked at it after we pulled the 160, or actually you already approved the appropriation, but after that 160,000, there's about $120,000 left that's unallocated or unencumbered for traffic calming. And the only one that we have that's of significance, and it was recently approved by the city council but hasn't gone through the design, would be the Alta Vista traffic calming at the park there.
Okay, got it.
And Ted, can you maybe elaborate on that a little bit? That's unencumbered funds. There are other projects, traffic calming projects that are in motion that are spending from that account, correct? Before you get
absolutely.
To that figure.
And those have predominantly been spent. We've purchased, we have one that's already been encumbered and approved by the city council for some speed cushions that are going to be installed in District 3. If you remember, those are the streets that are west of Inglewood Avenue. And a lot of the other traffic calming efforts that we've actually implemented recently. These two, because they're curb ramps, they are at the corners, they're bulb outs, they were incorporated into the actual curb ramp project, and that's when they'll be constructed.
Okay, so I would recommend that we consider the low balance, even though the bulb out and the curb cuts have already been funded as of a couple of weeks ago, that we consider whether it's tonight or at a future meeting, maybe a mid-year meeting, perhaps refunding traffic calming, because I think I can speak for all of us that traffic calming devices are very important for our residents, and especially the last few years where we've had a lot of some serious collisions that have been involving pedestrians. So I ask us to consider that because the balance, even though we're covering a lot of projects, a lot of money in the projects, 120,000 is pretty low. I think generally I seem to recall it being in the $400,000 to $500,000 range. So a lot of projects being done. So, that's really it. The only question I have, I don't love spending this kind of money necessarily on bulb outs. It's a lot of money, but it's something that has been promised to the residents of Maria for a couple of years now. And also they've been trying to get this done for about 15 years, between 15 and 17 years. So that's it for my questions, and I'll leave it to everybody else. Then we'll come back and perhaps make a motion. So.
Okay. Ted, can I ask you, why is there no landscaping? Is there just not a big enough area, or too much?
It's not a big enough area at the corners. Line of sight for vehicles that are entering and exiting the intersection become pretty critical. We don't like to have objects, especially objects that can become an issue from a line of sight. And then, as you know, the curb ramps themselves, we have a variety of types of curb ramps, and depending on the radius of the corner itself, the way that we fit them in, we were able to get the curb ramps and keep the pedestrian pathway clear. If there are spaces for either grassy areas or what have you, that may be something to consider, but there's definitely not enough room to install trees or any other vertical type of improvement.
Yeah, it'd always be nice to take that into account. It sounds like you did every time we do something like this, because it looks bad when you just lay out a big slab of concrete. Yeah, and the other thing is, I apologize, Councilmember Lowenstein, I see what's going on now. So just the Article 3 funds and the CDBG funds are going to the curb cuts, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And how many are you doing?
34.
34. A lot of people don't even know what curb cuts is. That allows for ADA access at various curbs throughout town. And I've watched over my 12 years on the council, more and more of the town get covered with curb cuts. So it's a great thing. And TDA money, Article 3, that's from the federal government, correct?
Yeah, that's all restricted funds too. Yes.
Actually, so is CDBG. So it's the federal government paying for the curb cuts, folks.
Yeah, and Mayor, the one thing to add why curb cuts are so important, in my professional life, if you will, I've seen at least 3 or maybe 4 iterations of these curb ramp standards change. And every time you have a new one, any subsequent project has to be upgraded to the current standards.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good to know.
Do we have an ETA, Ted, on when the bulb out would be complete? The bulb outs would be completed. Sorry to ask.
Yeah, the overall project, I believe we would anticipate starting in December, and I believe it's 45 working days. It's a pretty short construction contract, so we would see that in the spring completed.
Thank you.
Is that a stop sign on Redondo and Monterey? Is that part of our traffic calming?
It is, but it doesn't require any civil constructions. As a matter of fact, our staff met with the city of Hermosa Beach today, and we're able to do the majority of that with striping modifications and utilize existing posts and poles for our signage.
When is that going to be done?
We anticipate by the end of the week, this week, we'll be able to implement it.
That's great. It's great. I drive that a lot. It's dangerous pulling out across Redondo there. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on Todd's comments about the landscaping, Ted, but only because you mentioned, a runoff issue right there because of the slope of Maria going into Anita. And to the point you just made to Mayor Brand, it would seem like the perfect place to have a bioswale to collect any runoff or whatnot. And I'm just wondering, do we not consider that as part of these in terms of not having just hardscape?
We do. The area in question, though, is pretty steep to begin with. So it's not going to be a slow flow, if you will, or low flow type of location. We've got some significant runoff that comes around that corner, and we felt it was best to keep it as straight concrete.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, is there a motion to approve this item? Excuse me, is there any public comment for this item? You're on mute. Eleanor, you're on mute.
There are no public comments for this item.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve H8, please.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Lowenstein, second by Councilmember Horvath. Roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein. Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ted. Moving right along, item H10, I believe it was. Where'd my notes go? Yeah, H10, Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yeah, so item is something called the Autopulse. And we put a couple of these, the fire department put 3 of these, I believe, into the budget this last year. And I have a little bit of a special connection to these because when I first saw them on the budget, I thought, and I kind of scratched my head, wait a second. I know these from, if people don't know, over in Catalina, the only paramedic service are actually lifeguards. So Baywatch Avalon and Baywatch Isthmus provide all paramedic services on the island. So they actually got these devices, actually a little bit different device, same concept, different device. And the reason they got them was because there's only 2 people on a boat. And when they show up on the boat and one person's got to drive, one person's got to do CPR, and you can't push drugs, can't get the heart, can't do CPR properly if CPR is really a 2-person job. So person who's driving a boat got to stop. It's just it's a complex issue. So they actually demoed this over on the Catalina Island, and they had a massive success rate. And it was huge. And so they started moving this forward in LA County after they tested it there. And when I saw this come up on our agenda, I was like, wait a second, is this supposed to be used for other areas? And wow, this is kind of cool. And then I talked to Chief Kaufman about it, and I found out more that we've been using these for a while. And this past summer, there was an incident at Veterans Park with a diver who went down and didn't come up. And lifeguards went out and pulled this person up from the bottom, brought this person in, started CPR. And then Redondo Fire showed up and they used this device. So the lifeguards there who were first on scene at first, saw this device being used, had called me up instantaneously, said, what are these questions? We've never seen this before, had a lot of questions. And I hooked them up with Chief Kaufman and Fire Station 1. They did a tour over there and they were really impressed. So really stoked to see that working together. And so I want to bring this out and show as to what this device did, because it's pretty amazing that they were able to bring this person back to life at Veterans Park. So Chief Kaufman, these things are expensive, but they work. So fire away.
Yeah, they are. And thanks for bringing this up, Nils. This is a continuation of the adopted budget, specifically decision package number 26. And they are expensive. When I got to know what the fire department was up to and what technologies they were using, and they showed me this device, I'd never seen it before. And, and we have Captain Brown here who's our expert, who's going to tell us a little bit more about it. But basically, this is a game changer. And so we only had a couple of these. This increases us to 5, so we're purchasing an additional 3. And if you'd like to take a second, we have Captain Brown, who I believe put together a short video clip so we can actually show the public what this is and how important it is for our citizens.
Chief, good evening. Thank you very much. City staff, City Council, and Mayor Bill Brand. Good evening to all, and it's a pleasure to be here. I'll be going through a brief demonstration and showing you that video and also showing you the data that our organization has been able to accumulate over the last calendar year since we've had these Autopulse machines. So without further ado, let me share my screen. And we will get right into this video. On this video, you will see what our traditional CPR is, what we'll call manual CPR, where our members are doing a vertical chest compression for somebody who's gone into cardiac arrest. At this point in time, our patient has no cardiac output, 0 heartbeat, so we're acting as an artificial pump for that heart. The advantages of this Zoll Autopulse machine is that it completely reduces and eliminates any interruptions in CPR, moving patients from point A to point B, upstairs to downstairs, eliminates 100% of the interruptions. It dramatically increases their survival from cardiac arrest, and also decreases the injury from cardiac arrest. As you're all aware, 80% of our call volume is medical aids. And of those medical aids we respond to, cardiac arrest is the most severe situation that we can come across. And you can see the difference in CPR once this mechanical device goes on the patient's upper chest. It's a circumferential compression of the whole entire chest, which increases our blood flow to the 3 vital organs which we need to maintain to stay alive: our heart, our lungs, and ultimately our brain. So it really frees up extra hands, once again, to move that patient from point A to point B. It enables us to start IVs, whether it's in the arm or on the leg, and then ultimately do other life-saving advances like advanced intubation and so forth. So it's an absolute game changer in the medical field, which is what we specialize in. We currently have 2 of these right now, and having 3 additional would truly save additional lives for our community. I'll show you the next slide. This just shows you a brief history of our cardiac arrest that we've had over the last couple years, or over the last 5 years. We're really good at bringing people back, but the percentages are only in the mid 30s to actually get a heartbeat back. With this Zoll Autopulse, we've increased that percentage to 62%. So we've more than doubled that, and we're even higher than the national average within our city, which their data is providing. So it's truly, truly a game changer for CPR, and a way that the actual hospitals will be moving forward to as well. Manual CPR is going away, and everything will be mechanical moving forward because the numbers and the data just support that. Last but not least, here's an example of an individual in our city who went into cardiac arrest and was saved by the members of the Redondo Beach Fire Department, and ultimately utilizing the Zoll Autopulse machine. So that concludes my brief example, and I'll pass it back to the chief.
Thank you, Jason. I appreciate that. While we have him, he is our expert. So if you guys have any questions, I'm sure Jason would love to entertain them.
Well, that was fantastic, Jason. Really, what a game changer! And I knew we were funding it. I didn't realize what a game changer it was. So I really, really appreciate that video and discussion about this. It's really fascinating.
Thank you.
Is there any comments from the public, Eleanor?
We have no comments, no e-comments, Mayor.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else, anybody? Councilmember Narenheim?
I'll just make a motion to approve item H10, and thank you guys very much for making this happen, the training, and looking forward to hopefully never using it, but if we do, we have it there. So thank you.
I'll second that. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, motion by Councilmember Narenheim, second by Councilmember Lowenstein. Yeah, you never know. The guy in that photo looked pretty young. You just never know. Okay, I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Easy aye.
And Councilmember Imdi.
Aye, and I just want to say I'm impressed that you were so ready with the consent calendar item. That was good.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity to showcase things like that. And it often just flies under our radar and just passes and poof, gone. This is really worthwhile. So thanks for that. Do you need to read anything on this, Eleanor?
No, Mayor.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think that completes our consent calendar. Next up is public participation on non-agenda items. This is an opportunity for public to speak about anything that is not on the agenda. So anything at all. Everybody's got 3 minutes. Usually limit the section to 30 minutes. So Eleanor, is anybody taking us up on this item tonight?
For Zoom, I don't see any hands up, but we do have 3 comments on e-comments. So Vicki, would you like to read those?
Thank you. First item is submitted by Robin Moser. I am opposed to allowing medical marijuana shops in the beach cities, especially Redondo, as I am a resident here. Pot shops bring up the emergency room visits by 8% in the towns they are allowed into, while increasing the danger level for those of us driving around the streets they are located. I have lived up the street from a dispensary, and there were people repeatedly lined up before it opened, and you know they are impaired as they drive to and from their next fix. Let the consumers order it online, as it will be safer for us on the roads, and it will not normalize the idea so much to our youth, as they will not see people streaming in and out of the stores. We need more education and the harmful effects of marijuana before we embrace this wholeheartedly in our beach cities. I work in the medical field, and there are so many patients that have never heard about how cannabis can affect their blood thinners, blood pressure pills, sleeping meds, etc. If we are going to promote health here by encouraging exercise, healthy eating, and smoking cessation, we had better be aware about allowing marijuana shops right into the neighborhood and pretending they are a harmless part of a healthy lifestyle. We have a ban on the stores now. Let's keep it that way until the marijuana industry starts promoting education regarding the dangers of use, especially for children, and hold them accountable to label the exact amounts of THC in their products. Next comment is submitted by Diane Stasso. I am opposed to allowing medical marijuana shops in the beach cities. Data shows local pot shops increase youth use, increase crime, and lower property values. Marijuana impaired driving fatalities will surely increase. This year, Colorado saw a 48% increase in marijuana DUIs. There are 2 big high schools in the beach cities, along with many middle schools. I am not only concerned about more youth using marijuana in the beach cities area, but the safety of the kids walking and biking to and from school from drivers under the influence of marijuana. Next comment is submitted by Brianna Egan. I want to commend the collaborative initiative brought forth last week between the city attorney and Century Affordable Housing to submit a statement of interest to the County of LA to convert a motel into permanent supportive housing in South Redondo. I was grateful to see the unanimous vote of approval from City Council last week on this. I am glad the City Council is united when it comes to common sense interventions like supportive housing. It is essential that we work to find ways to address homelessness in our community through comprehensive and restorative programs with proven partners. I am proud to see Redondo leading the way for the South Bay and frankly for the county through the various programs we already have, such as the Pallet Shelter and Homeless Court. And I look forward to seeing supportive housing programs as well, building on partnerships with Harbor Interfaith and other service providers. This humanistic and wraparound approach is precisely what we need. At a larger level too, I challenge you to recognize that we need to find ways to improve housing affordability, abundance, and access to address the root causes of homelessness in our communities. Thank you.
Okay, is that it under non-agenda items?
Yes, that concludes our comments.
Okay, moving right along. Up to N1, discussion and possible action regarding implementation of the Granicus Open Cities website management system. Christopher Benson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We're happy to bring this item before you this evening. The City Council allocated funds in the Information Technology Fiscal Year 2021 departmental budget for the upgrade of the city website. Given that the City Clerk's Office has standardized on the Granicus Legislative Management Platform, video streaming, agenda management, e-comment, it makes sense to consider Granicus' new flagship website content management system, or CMS, Open Cities. It's also an opportunity to possibly implement a purpose-built citizen engagement platform called Engagement HQ, which Council might remember in a previous discussion. It's a product by a company called Bang the Table. Some benefits of moving to the Granicus platforms: continued hosting of our current Civica website during implementation. Granicus has expertise on both the Civica and the Open Cities CMS platforms. Smoother data migration from one platform to the other. There are integration points between the Open Cities CMS and the Engagement HQ citizen engagement platform. And then a much quicker implementation of a new website, which we anticipate we could have up and running by the end of calendar year 2022, as opposed to researching alternatives which could extend the project well into 2023. These website implementations are very staff intensive. All departments will be involved in dedicating resources to this project. We have with us tonight Jason Reese and Luke Norris from Granicus, who will briefly discuss some prepared slides and then demonstrate both the Open Cities CMS and the Engagement HQ citizen engagement platforms, and then we'll be available to answer any council questions. At the end of the discussion, we would ask for council direction to either move forward with the Granicus solutions and prepare a purchase agreement to bring back for approval, or alternatively, we can go investigate other options. Unless there are any questions, I will turn it over to Granicus to get the demonstration and discussion started.
We got a couple questions, Chris. It's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. Councilmember Lonesi.
I'll wait till after the presentation to ask my question.
Okay, great. All right, we'll take it away.
Great. Well, thank you for the time, and thank you, Chris, for the introduction. My name is Luke Norris. I'm the Vice President of Platform and Digital Transformation. My team and I work with cities around the globe to help them achieve their digital transformation goals, ultimately helping you and your staff better serve and better engage your residents. The key challenges and priorities that we've heard from the council obviously reflect many of the things we're here today to talk about, is enhancing that residents' online experience, empowering staff productivity by making it much easier for staff to create, publish, and manage web content, obviously increase the scalability and security now more than ever, and then ultimately connect your government agencies and employees to make sure that they can also more quickly help serve kind of the needs of residents. If you're not familiar with Granicus, beyond Chris's introduction, today we power technology for more than 5,500 government clients. We have about 250 million people across the US and the UK and Australia who use our technology every year. And last year alone, we sent more than 12 billion messages to citizens around COVID. So we have a whole suite of civic engagement capabilities across web, communications, digital services, public meetings, as Chris mentioned, and public records. Our focus is really on making sure that we help turn what are typically just user experiences into a holistic customer experience strategy, making sure that we help you think about how to serve and engage residents much more effectively than just singular kind of point solutions. What that starts to look like is that we're able to help our government clients drive outcomes that include shifting people away from doing business in person to making it much easier for them to participate and engage and transact with government online at any time on any device, or to increase community engagement. So things around homelessness, around cannabis sales, all of those are projects and initiatives that we've taken on in other cities that help folks much more easily provide their voice and feedback. And then also helping clerks' offices make it easier for them to provide more digital transactions to residents. So at the end of the day, what we're here to do is help make sure that it's easy for residents to find what they're looking for, understand what they need to do, get things done then and there, and ultimately become much more delighted and engaged. And we do that through a host of solutions that you've seen kind of outlined below. So what I'd love to do is just give you a sense of some of the work that we've had the opportunity to do here recently with cities like Culver City or with Palo Alto, all of who've made decisions to move to a much more modern CMS and platform that allows them to create, manage, and publish web content that's going to be forward compatible, which is going to mean that it's going to be easier for your staff to maintain and ensure that it meets the needs of all of your residents, whether it's on mobile devices or for those residents who have different visual or hearing impairments that need an accessible experience. So what I'd love to do is just quickly show you here a little bit about what that looks like. So what we first do is help residents find what they're looking for. So we know that many residents use different words. Sometimes they use words like trash. Sometimes they'll use words like garbage. Regardless of the word that a resident uses, we want to be able to help them find what they're looking for. So you'll benefit from an upgraded search capability that starts to triangulate government speak into citizen speak so that residents can use the words that they use in their natural day rather than having to worry about what the city calls it. Secondly, most residents, you'll notice, probably don't really have a lot of familiarity with what departments provide services. So we actually start to engage your residents in the process of identifying how to categorize and organize your web experience so that folks don't necessarily only have to come to a departmental kind of navigation menu. But if they do come to a navigation menu, we again want to use data to make sure that we surface the things that we know residents are most often doing, and that you have the flexibility for this to change. We know in many cities what happens in June and July is very different than in January and February, and we want to be able to take that into account. Now, here's one of the next ways that we really think about providing a much more feature-rich and mobile responsive experience. So give me a second here, and you're going to see what will happen as I shift into a mobile browser. Watch these 4 key topics in the middle of your screen. As I change to a mobile browser, you'll now see that all of a sudden city parking or report an issue is going to come up. That's because we take a mobile first approach that is about making sure that residents who now come to websites more than 60% of the time on a mobile device can quickly and easily find the things that residents are doing most commonly on a mobile phone. So we want to also help you support your kind of digital divide initiatives by making sure that everyone has an accessible experience, whether they have only a mobile phone or a tablet as their primary computing device. And obviously, you'll see that we want to make sure that our site that we work with you on reflects the fabric of your community. So whether it's people, places, imagery, whatever the case might be, we want to be able to help do that. But let me show you one last way that we help people find what they're looking for, which is more of a personalized experience. So what we know is that generally speaking, when a resident comes to a site, there is a less than 1% chance that they would click on a big rotating banner of something that you're trying to advertise. Instead, residents want to find things that are important to them. So because we've done so much research and have the opportunity to engage your residents in advance, what we start to see is that residents want to look for an experience that says, tell me what's happening around me or around where I live. So maybe they want to see what parks are open or what events are happening, or maybe they get inspired to actually provide their feedback on a public initiative where you can actually start to engage them in a much more productive dialogue and increase the number of people that you actually hear from. So that's a little bit about that first thing that I talked about, helping folks find what they're looking for. Now, the second thing is if someone does come to a site and wants to get something done, we want to make sure that it's really easy for them to understand what it is that the city can do to help them. But more importantly, we try to help you drive for more online service. So in this case, what you'll see is kind of a simple recipe card style. So this gives the staff a much easier way to organize content that's actually A/B tested by us so that you know that it's going to work and provide kind of meaningful value to your residents and make it super simple for them to be able to figure out step by step what it is that they need to do. Now, the next thing that we think about is helping someone get those things done then and there. So often residents have to still walk into City Hall or do something online. So we have a really capable form capability that allows you to start to turn kind of analog services into interactive digital services. So again, doing kind of geolocation. We'll go ahead and put in Chris here. Email address, of course, it validates for email addresses, but someone now can actually, instead of filling out a 2 or 3 page piece of paper, actually just quickly fill out whatever it is that they need. And just like everything that I've shown you so far, this does not require anyone with tech skills. So it's actually really much more simple for Chris and the rest of the IT staff to create and publish experiences that are going to make it much easier for your residents to do business with the city. We are not a payment processor, but we do have a fully PCI compliant payment processing kind of gateway. So what you're going to see here is kind of the value that we see in being able to create a much more integrated experience. So as this resident has now come and paid for a new trash bin, the first thing that we're able to start thinking about is how do we personalize that and say thank you to them? This is some of the work that we're doing around our labs concept, but now we can also actually start to engage that resident in hearing from them how that experience was. Were they unhappy? Were they happy? Were they very happy? Allow them to provide that sentiment. But also think about the other things that we can do to provide information to the resident that's going to divert costly phone calls to City Hall or actually starts to help people understand the way that the city is kind of connecting to them. So because this person filled out a recycling bin, we're showing them their recycling date, but we're also promoting events that are happening or news that's happening around things that share similar kind of content around green or sustainability. So that we can actually start to much more productively engage residents. Now, you all earlier today talked a little bit about cannabis. We actually had the opportunity to work with the city of Monterey, California, on their cannabis policy. They made a commitment to transparency and community engagement, and their commercial cannabis program was a program that we helped advise on. They used our engagement HQ platform to help drive traffic from their website to actually participate in providing feedback around the city's policy on commercial cannabis sales. What they started to see is that more than 20% of the people that came to the site actually provided feedback and engaged in kind of that public discourse. And more than 50% of the people who actually commented on the commercial cannabis policy started to actually engage in the process of providing their feedback on different issues, including transportation and COVID-19 and new public kind of land use policies. So we've really seen this as a much more kind of cohesive platform that, as Chris mentioned, is certainly going to help not only you provide better information, better reach your residents, but certainly help better serve and better engage those residents. And again, Palo Alto, Culver City, and a number of other cities have all kind of taken this step forward to create kind of a much more cohesive web experience. And you'll see that each of those really reflects uniquely the social fabric that is their community. So our team is committed to helping you not only engage your residents in the process of building the site, but ultimately getting to the place that you can much more easily facilitate community conversations. So let me pause there and see if you have questions. And if so, we could jump into a few other slides.
Okay, I have a hard time seeing if there's any questions because of your presentation.
Yep, let me go ahead and stop sharing. I see a couple of council members.
Councilmember Lowenstein and Councilmember Rim, did you want to ask questions now?
Sure, that'd be fine. I really like the layout. It's great. I love the public participation part of it. Just remember, everybody, that content is great, but somebody has to create the content, right? And so we need, I think, Mr. Wodzansky might be able to tell us a little bit more about plans for us to find somebody to actually create the content, because that's been one of our challenges is finding the content to publish. For example, when we were advising people about COVID restrictions, all we did was take a page from the county website and post it on there. And that's not quite adequate enough for our residents. So that's one thing I wanted to comment on. Is this going to be cloud hosted? I assume it is.
Yeah, great question. Go ahead, Chris.
I just nodding from you can speak to it, but yes, it will be.
Yes, everything we do is fully hosted in Microsoft's Azure Government Cloud. We also provide additional security capabilities, including a content delivery network, WAF, bot, and DDoS protection to help provide kind of an industry-leading Gartner Magic Quadrant security. So you are truly getting the gold standard in terms of security.
Okay, I started in the CDN space about 25 years ago, so I know it really well. Great. I knew Tom Spangler, actually.
Oh, fun. Yes, of course.
So we go way back. But my question, I bring this to you because this is a bit different, but the streaming video is not up to speed. We got a lot of buffering issues. I can tell you, it's not just live, it's on demand. I don't know which CDN you're using. It's not working right. We had issues last week with the hosting, the Granicus, the solution that I think there was a potential for maintenance during the meeting. That's a big no-no. Doing that after hours is when that should be done. And I know a lot about CDNs. That's the field I work in. So I do hope that the hosting solution is better for this than it is the video, because you've got a lot of issues with buffering.
Yeah, thank you for that. And apologies for those issues that you all maybe have encountered along those lines. We do use a separate CDN on the web capabilities. It's through Imperva, which was a Magic Quadrant Gartner rated solution.
I know them. That's not the premier CDN. It's not like Akamai or Highwinds or Limelight or Fastly. I'm a little bit concerned about that. That's probably why we're having issues. So I think that we could talk about offline, but we've had issues. And I know Imperva, but it's not quite up to snuff, and I'm not sure where we can improve on that. But that gives me some pause, because video should not be buffering, whether it's live or on demand. And so we're gonna have to work through this, because that's an issue. I mean, it's frustrating for users when they can't access e-comments. It's frustrating users when their video buffers. This is not 1998. This is 2021. So I'm not trying to take you to task, but if you're going to be selling us something new, I want to make sure what was working before should be working right now. So I have some concerns about the hosting side of it.
Absolutely, yeah. Appreciate those comments, council member. Our team is working with Chris to address those, and we'll continue to support him on that.
Okay, well, I hope so, because we've been talking about this for years now.
Understood. Yep.
So I'm going to ride you guys on it until you fix it.
It's great. We appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, Mr. Norris, still have to pile on that. There was actually a time a few years ago we were looking to leave Granicus. We went into, because we were having so many problems, and you were the only game in town. So just so you know, that's how serious it is and was and continues to be. And we get a lot of complaints, as Councilmember Lowenstein described. So I hope you'll give that attention now that we have you.
Absolutely. Yes. Thank you. And it is an area of focus for the entire company, and a place that we continue to invest a lot of R&D effort, far more than probably any other company in this space. So absolutely, it has our full attention.
Excellent. Thank you. Councilmember MD.
To further on your example, so somebody orders a recycle bin, and then and that's great. I love how you respond immediately with "Thank you, Chris, for ordering that." But what about the follow-up of when it actually gets delivered? Is there an easy way for staff to be able to say, "Check mark, this has been done," so that way they know? Because I mean, obviously with the bin, if it shows up at their front door, they'll know it's done. But there'll be other incidences like graffiti or trash on a street. So then they can say, "Hey, Chris, we picked up that trash," or "Hey, Chris, we got rid of that graffiti." Is there an easy way for staff to be able to upload that, or how would that work?
Yeah, that's a great question. Some of that revolves around different work order management solutions that you have in place. But certainly within the form tool that we showed, there is a workflow tool that allows any citizen request or digital service to go through a kind of multi-step process. We have built it to make sure that there's easy kind of feedback with that resident. But what you're talking about would require potentially an integration with your work order management system if that's handled in a separate system. But certainly something that we could explore with Chris and his team.
Okay, so be in addition to.
Correct. It would probably be leveraging any of the existing internal capacity that you have on other systems that are actually managing how work orders are processed, whether it's your asset management system, your GIS system, wherever someone would actually close out a ticket. If they were, sent to the chief, if they were sent to Public Works, if they were sent to the housing authority, whatever the case might be, whoever those parties are that are responsible, if they close those tickets in a third party system today, you would continue using those. Otherwise, you would just use the internal workflow capabilities of the form solution that we showed you.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
Howdy. All right. I'm the relatively new city council member here. I've only been serving for about 6 or 7 months. And I get the point that our website is partially only as good as the information that's put on it. And this is not intended to be a hack on the, or giving a hard time to our very hardworking staff. But take a look real quick. If I go to our website and you scroll over to, here's the latest on the Galleria redevelopment project phase 1 information. By the way, sorry, before I get there, I'm kind of speeding ahead. We currently have a Granicus website, correct?
Yes, correct. Civica is a legacy software capability of Granicus.
Okay. So now this is your product, and we just saw that brand new picture of the Galleria. Where is it? Let's see. Scroll through here. Well, there it is. Okay. We see that this is what the latest is on the Galleria. Now, if I go to the top here, this is in my district. That's what I'm using as an example. Go to the top here and search for a Galleria because our residents are interested. What's the latest? And they might not have gotten an email from me explaining to them what the latest is. Now we click on the top search result for the South Bay Galleria. When I open this in a new tab, all right, now we got an old picture of the Galleria, this tiny picture showing that they have valet parking, mall-wide gift certificates, free Wi-Fi, so on and so forth. Okay, that's not what I was looking for. That's not what a resident was looking for. How about the next one? The EIR and final public comment? I don't think that's going to show the latest pictures of the Galleria. So this is just part and parcel of the defective website and defective operation mechanism that that Granicus has essentially given us as a city in this interface. You know, actually, I just looking at those windows that are flashing. They have the city has apparently Mr. Wazanski has put very relevant information here, from Dominguez Channel odors to the pension debt refinancing summer and investor video. But I bet if I search the website for that video, there's no way in heck I'm going to find it within the first 5 results. And that's just unacceptable. So, and that comes to anything. If I want to search for trash day, you name it, it is not neither a user-friendly website. It's overwhelming the amount of, I've done this before. If I go to the, how do I what? I'm supposed to go through all of this? What about our seniors are supposed to go through it? I'm a technologically savvy person, not quite as much as Councilmember Lowenstein, but this is way too much information. So, I think what we're looking for is both an ability to access large amounts of information, but in a very simple, user-friendly manner. And why should we believe that Granicus is the company with which to do that?
Yeah, great question. And part of what you pointed to are both technological changes that are much more superior in the legacy or in the new platform that will be replacing the legacy software that we are kind of sunsetting. That is forcing a move to a new platform as well. So we are making those new investments that you're talking about in the Open Cities platform. And that platform does have a much more robust search capability that does predictive search and actually uses an internal search algorithm rather than external search algorithms. So it does allow staff to actually prioritize content. What you're maybe also alluding to is the need to do what we call information architecture. And that's one of the first ways that we actually start to engage residents in the process of categorizing, assembling, and organizing content in a way that is driven by the actual resident needs in Redondo Beach. Generally speaking, what we see is probably about 200 pages generate more than 90% of all of the clicks on a site. So what we do is we leverage that research component as well as the citizens' feedback to actually prioritize the way that the site is assembled and that you have the ability to, on an ongoing basis, re-establish what those top tasks are. Again, highlighting that what residents likely try to do in January and February is very different than in July or August. So the staff is certainly going to have a lot more flexibility to make some of those changes and prioritize new content throughout the year. Why we think that it's important to do it with Granicus is obviously We power more websites than any other web company in the US. We have a kind of subject matter expertise around government that really makes us much more capable.
I get that. Luke, Mr. Norris, I appreciate that. But if you gave 5,000 different municipal governments the same website that we have, you may be doing it very broadly, but it doesn't mean that you're doing it well, right? You may have the best marketing mechanism. It's like you've gotten the word out about Granicus and somehow permeated the market or got the best lobbyists or what have you. But
I would reflect on a number of cities that we've actually helped boost trust in government more than 65%. In other cities, we've reduced walk-in traffic as high as 80%. All of that has been driven by a purpose-built website for those communities, which is what we do. We do not take a template-driven approach. It's always leveraging kind of the insights, understanding, organization of your communities. Jason significantly works much more closely in the California market. So Jason, if there's other examples you want to highlight, feel free.
Yeah.
Oh, your microphone it got muted, Jason.
There we go. Sorry. Absolutely. I want to thank you for like the candid just viewing of the current state of a website. I think it's important to acknowledge that the websites are technologies that evolve and that change. And when you look at a website that has age on it, just like the curb cut conversation that happened earlier, as technology evolves and change, so do the requirements of that technology. So
Granicus didn't come to us and say, hey, our civic center or whatever this technology is that we have here on our website, Civica technology is outdated and you guys need a new website, right? Our IT director came to you all after we passed money for it. Isn't that the case?
Actually, no. I've been engaged with the city for about 2 years pushing for an upgrade for this website. And it's a matter of getting to the point where we have to do something about it. Unfortunately, sometimes it does take a traffic accident to put a stop sign up, as we all kind of know. And we're at a point now where this technology is truly at its end of shelf life, as you pointed out, and it needs to be fixed, for lack of a better term. And in doing that, we're implementing technology that is 5 years, 6 years advanced from what you're looking at now. Think about an iPhone 5 years ago versus the iPhone today. How much more advanced is it? How much faster is it? And how much more can it do?
Yeah, and Councilmember Albaji, this is an entirely different platform, an entirely different product. We're not upgrading, Civica code is an entirely new platform. And what you're seeing really in the Civica website is it's really been very similar, the same since we implemented it back in the early 2000s, because the Civica platform has changed over time, but not significantly. And so it is very much a legacy style content management system, very template based and very limited in what you can do with it. And especially the search engine, your search frustrations, I understand. And to get the search to work really properly on a Civica, a CMS, staff has to really build out search terms, relevant search terms for a page. And, our attention.
Is that going to be different in the new product?
I believe, yes. The new product, I think, is going to be much more, I don't want to say intelligent, but
it'll detect the words in the site.
Yeah, I can't, they can describe it, but I can tell you search is
well, maybe you guys can speak to that.
Different from the search engine
search.
Yeah, correct. So what we're doing is we're leveraging an internally built predictive search capability that indexes and searches all of the content rather than relying on third-party search strings or search strings that are built by staff. So there is no need to create metadata, tagging, et cetera.
Okay. All right. That's it for me. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah. Thanks. I just to follow up on Councilmember Obaji's comments, I was part of the last reiteration we did on this website was designed by committee, which is the worst way as a designer myself. It's the worst way to go. And so there was an enormous amount of staff input, and this is not a slight to Chris or staff or anybody, but sometimes we were just kind of upgrading Civica. It wasn't an ideal platform, but it made sense as kind of an in-between at that stage. And it was very limiting. And even, the pricing for, if we wanted to add some bells and whistles that maybe would have made things a little bit better, it just wasn't in the budget that had been assigned. And it was just very complicated. So I feel the pain, and I'm glad to move on, because it really is not a site that is serving us or the public well at all, let alone serving staff. So I'm glad that you guys are getting rid of Civica and recognizing that it's outdated. My questions, you just kind of answered the search engine question I had about it being a predictive search. In the examples you were using, you were showing like, hey, if somebody, in that Australian city, right, if they wanted to order a bin and, they could go through it, that's assuming that the city manages that process. Right now, we use some third parties, right? So let's just, our trash hauler is a contract, service, right? It's not part of the city. I think, and this may be a question, that I'm getting to for Chris and staff, but like some of our systems, even as it relates to say pet licensing, goes out to a third party. I think we use third parties for our internal Munis systems and, things that allow us to capture data and do stuff with finances. I'm just curious, how does the system play with third party APIs? Is there a way to integrate that? Or if in this, say, the situation with the trash hauler, right? Or do we just kind of have to link them out to the other website? I'm just curious, how does that work in this system? Because if we're trying to make it easy, let's make it really easy, right?
Yeah, great question. So the system that we're proposing has an entire content library of APIs. They're all RESTful APIs. We as a firm don't build middleware. We are building out more and more productized integrations, as well as an integration layer that we've been able to share a little bit about with Chris. But generally speaking, what we do is when we think about the kind of best practice from a UX perspective, we do that kind of initial swim of what are the things that residents are trying to do, how many of those do have public APIs also on the outside that could be made use of to create a truly integrated experience. What of those other existing software capabilities have embeds that allow you to keep the people on your traffic or on your site and maintain that traffic on your site so that you protect the usability rather than linking out. Unfortunately, most companies in the GovTech space do not have fully documented APIs at this point, which is why you still see in most cities a significant amount of linking out to what would typically be either contracted services or non-city specific services. But our goal is to always protect for where we can help with the integrations first, embeds, and then linking out. When we do think about linking out, we always think about setting context so that the resident understands what to be prepared for, what they need to have ready. And then ultimately, we try to work to get a deep link so that you bypass any of the kind of non-specific, verbiage to get someone to the actual page that they need to be on to pay a pet license or whatever the service might be.
Okay. What about, so going back to something that Councilmember Lowenstein brought up, right? An amount of accountability. So what does, if we are to move forward with Granicus, and to this new platform in terms of having issues like he brought up and he's bringing up existing issues that are not necessarily related to the website. But I mean, I can tell you I have issues with your app on my iPad, which I don't think I should. There's never an upgrade for it. I've talked to your staff. It continues to crash, multiple times. What is the level of service in terms of issues down the line? What kind of accountability is there for Granicus to not just sell us a product and then just, that's what we have to deal with and any issues that come with it?
Sure, great question. So we provide a robust service level agreement that includes for specific maintenance, upgrades, bug fixes, all of that type of stuff. We provide a 1 hour response for tier 1 or priority 1. So if your site's down, we guarantee a response and fix within an hour. Tier 2 is we promise a response and a fix within 4 hours. That's generally that the site is working, but not working the way that you would expect it. And then priority 3 is also a third level of that status. So that's how we manage from a service level agreement. Beyond that, we are implementing across Granicus a new customer advocacy program. So various clients are assigned a customer advocate. That advocate liaises with the city staff, typically either once a week or once a month to help support any specific issues. So that is part of our Customer for Life program and some new investments that we're making and increasing support. So that is typically the way that we solve that for customers.
Okay. And then going back to another thing that Councilmember Obadji brought up, the complexity of the existing website, right? And I brought up the kind of design by committee, right? And so there are menus and submenus and other menus and side menus, and it's too much. And you know, as a designer, I would never recommend that. What is the design process here? I mean, you've talked about going out to the public. You know, that's good and bad. You know, it depends. But how is this process in transforming a site that is complicated for any user to really not only find information but get to it? How are you guys going to go through that process? And you know, let's just say you're getting too many requests. You know, that it doesn't make sense to just throw the kitchen sink in there and do whatever. How is that going to work?
Yeah, great question. So we think of design in a couple of ways. We think about visual design and user experience design. In terms of visual design, that's typically where we have the opportunity to allow for more voices, typically thinking about, you know, do we want to reflect the people? Do we want to reflect the places? What is it that people see and want to see when they come to their city website, right? So that really starts to help inform kind of more of the visual design. When it comes to the actual way that the site functions or the user experience, that's where we take a really regimented kind of data-driven experience. So what we're really going to do is really scrutinize clicks. We're going to scrutinize why people have used the site, where they've gone, and make sure that we're also looking at data beyond just the site. If we look at just your site traffic, it's only going to be as good as the site is today, right? So we need to start to uncover what are the other things that residents are not doing online that they should be? Why are they calling? Why are they walking in? So we take a very data-driven kind of lens to really driving for that categorization. That is where we typically start to become a little bit more of a stick rather than a carrot. Where we start to push you all to make much more data-driven decisions and saying, I understand that you think that's important, but only 26 residents have clicked on that in the last 5 years. It's not important to residents. We're here to kind of uphold from that side that it just is not valuable to be on the homepage, right? So that Chris and those teams don't necessarily have to be the bad guys. Then in terms of when we do a formal IA process, we do a couple of different scenarios that generally speaking allow for a limited but diverse kind of cross-section. So we typically bound, up to 25 residents, maybe 2 people from each council district and, 10 people from at large that are selected to kind of have a voice. They will either participate in card sorting or kind of tree jacking exercises that actually allow them an opportunity to kind of help us categorize the way that the site works based on what is and isn't resonating with them. So we're much more regimented in terms of the way that we actually limit or define upfront what is and out of scope, and then really use data to kind of guide the decision-making process rather than somebody just thinks or feels that it's the correct thing to do.
Jason, I saw you raised your hand. Did you have something you wanted to add there?
Yeah, just that in general, design and usage of websites has evolved rapidly. And this has been affected like everything by COVID over the past couple of years. But even before then, websites at one point were, look at this amazing, flashy, beautiful thing that I was able to type in some words and find online. And a lot of that was because it was driven by the private sector trying to sell people things and marketing and whatnot. But as things have evolved to be more service driven, the data is what's driving more and more decisions. Every day it's more about what will this website do for me instead of let me be entertained by this website, which is how I think the web has just naturally evolved. So what we're seeing is with our approach to building websites now in the current day, age, year, whatever you want to call it, they're based more off of the data, based more off of services and service delivery. I'd also like to quickly demonstrate just that predictive search, if you want to see it, on a current website in comparison to what was shown, if that's helpful.
Sure. Give me my last two questions. And
yes, please go ahead.
So to that point, and Councilmember Obaji was kind of touching on that as well, right? People's expectations of the user interface that they have these days, is becoming more and more complex for people like you, right, who are building systems. And the truth is they don't want to have to click more than 3 times to get to their end result. And so I guess if you guys are kind of taking the data and extrapolating that and trying to make sure that it is a simplified process, that's important to us as a city because we want to get people to their answers as quickly as possible. On the back end, so this is a new CMS, different than, so how is that going to work? Is it easy enough to train the staff members, who are going to be using that in each of the departments? You want to just talk a little bit about that, and I guess if you can add on to that, what's the projected evolution, going back to the point you made earlier, Jason, right? Tech is evolving continually, website dynamics, backends that are evolving. How are you guys, when you evolve, does that mean we have to enter into an entirely new contract, or as your system evolves, that's just part of your process of updating the platform as you go along?
Yeah, great. Important question. So what you're investing today is in a forward compatible design system that is maintained by Granicus to be forward compatible. So we are protecting and maintaining that code to ensure that it stays compliant with accessibility guidelines as well as mobile responsiveness. So it is a SaaS solution that is much more flexible and will be maintained for that forward compatibility. That also means for new UX trends. So if new swipe gestures come out, we productize those, and those types of things become part of our 3 to 4 times a year kind of annual releases. So that's the first part. The second thing that I think is really important to understand is we have an entire team that's focused on that R&D. So we are always looking at the data that we have access to because we power so many websites to start to understand what are those kind of new and emerging trends so that we can productize those things that we are seeing emerge. That example that I showed you where someone can put in their address, start to see what information pertains to them based on where they live is a great example of a feature that did not exist 2 or 3 years ago that became productized and accessible. What that also then means is the way that we've built the system is to really be mindful of the kind of public servants' time. So the way that the system is built on the back end is around different types of structured content. So think about all of the things that are unique to cities or counties: parks, news, events, public buildings, jobs, press releases, agendas, meetings, whatever the case might be. All of those are created as pieces of structured content that makes it much easier for non-technical users to come in and create content. So instead of having to worry about moving pixels around a screen to worry about how it's going to look and making sure that it's compliant with the brand standards, the system protects against that. So what we see is most content contributors can typically be trained to use the system in about 2 hours of time. More proficient users will sometimes see 4 hours of training, but it's pretty uncommon that someone will need more than about 4 hours of training to be able to use the CMS. So we've really democratized the way that allows people like Chris and Ravi to be able to support many more departments to be actually authors in creating and managing content because it's so much simpler for staff users.
And is there, so that you're relying really on, staff to Todd's point, right? You need somebody to create the content. Does the system allow for going back to this community thing, right? I type in my address and, up comes the map. Is there any way to aggregate data from other community organizations so that it's not just the city having to input data, of what's going on, but it's actually pulling from the website, from other websites or other things that may, to the search perspective, be part of that fabric of the community, but it's not necessarily coming specifically out of the city?
We do have purpose-built capabilities that do allow for local directories, so community groups, businesses to be able to create and submit events, news, or manage building or business listings. So that's certainly a capability that does still go through a workflow process where it has to be approved by someone to ensure that it's compliant with the city's kind of postings. But we do have the ability to source content. It is not people that are actually creating content. They're not accessing the staff administrators' backgrounds because of the security the Councilmember Lowenstein talked about, but you certainly do have then the ability to crowdsource events, news, other types of building or business listings.
Great. Okay, I think that's it. Thank you, Jason. I don't know if you wanted to show that example.
Yeah, I can. Before I do, also, I'd like to comment that what you're describing as far as bringing agencies together and kind of allowing government to help other government is really woven in the fabric of a lot at Granicus. When we think of Gov Delivery, which is our email and SMS platform, that network is 250 million residents all cross-pollinating communications across agencies. So it's really part of what we do, and I see it as a strong part of the evolution of where we're heading as well. I can just show this, and I'll keep it just real brief with specificity towards kind of what Councilmember Obaji pointed out with the current site. If we look even just at Culver City here, I'm going to go to news in a similar fashion, and we have like LA Contemporary Dance, we have orchestra, hibernations, shakeouts. So if I type in dance here, it's going to predictively search the different articles. So the first one that comes up is this mashup contemporary dance, which is also the one that was right on that homepage. So for different types of people, there are some people who are going to search, there's some people who are going to click on articles. We want to satisfy all sorts of users in how they search or look for specific events. If I type booster, for instance, it's going to bring up the booster shot clinic, which is right in the events section, right up at the top here, booster shot clinic. So what's really great about this new platform, it does introduce new technology, which is really agnostic of the content itself. Like the content is the thing, and people can find that thing in a variety of different ways, because we all know everybody's different, and they're all going to search in different ways and navigate a website in different ways.
Who does Culver City?
That's what's really great. Say again?
Who does Culver City have adding materials to its website?
The staff. I believe they have 46 admins who are active in the system, creating, publishing content. To Luke's point, it's a very simple system. We build it for non-technical users. You walk through a few steps to add things like news or calendar. You can put in categories that become universal across the whole system, creating a calendar that might involve events from 5 different departments because they're all keyworded with youth, or they're all keyworded with housing.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, back at this. How many 9s do you have? What service level do you have? Is it 2 9s, 5 9s, 3 9s? What is it? And for video and for your CMS?
Yeah, Jason will have to speak for video. On the CMS, it's 99.9, which basically
1.9 is pretty low. 1.9 is pretty low.
Which translates to about 1 potential hour a month of potential downtime, if that was the case.
Most people I know are 3 9s or higher. Anyway, question for you. I'm not going to even get into the UI UX side of things. Sure. Why, Jason, on the video side, Why are you using Imperva? It's a security CDN. It's not a video CDN. It's not an Akamai. Can you tell me about that?
I don't want to go too deep into the technical side of the video. I can tell you that there are various teams that are focused specifically on technology at Granicus. As you saw, we do a variety of different things, from delivering email for FEMA, from providing Culver City with a website, from streaming videos. So there's a variety, as you can imagine, of technical teams who focus on specific things. As Luke kind of mentioned, there's been tremendous investment and improvement in video. I want to kind of get my bearings on where things are at, where we are at with Chris on upgrades and updates. I know I've seen evolution happen and improvement happen internally. I want to make sure that we're just not missing the boat and getting you those upgrades or communicating all that to improve that service. But I don't think this is the forum to discuss that, and I'm going to escalate all of that. And I promise to follow up on that because it's a priority and clearly something that needs a lot more attention.
Well, I beg to disagree. This is the forum because we've been asking for years now. If I can get better streaming off of YouTube than I can off of your own network by using Imperva, again, that rings alarm bells to me because I didn't know that's what you guys are using. I know some of the executives there. They're not a video CDN. Maybe there's something wrong here. Azure is perfectly fine. I work with Azure in my business, but for video,
maybe just a clarification. So Imperva is what we use for the Open Cities web CDN, not for video. So Jason will be able to clarify. So sorry if that got miscommunicated earlier.
Okay, right. That didn't seem right to me.
We use Akamai on a few other products as well. And as you see our platform evolve and as more technical teams start to work closer, we're also bringing products together on the same types of things. So like you said, Akamai might be superior to Imperva. So we might see Open Cities on Akamai next year because Akamai is being used on a few other things. So we're constantly evolving and trying to bring efficiencies internally to how we operate as well. But I can follow up on what the CDN is, what the technical...
I want to know what the video side of it, what you guys are doing. If you're using Dash or using HLS, that's. I'd like to know which codec you're using. We've tried to get this information before. I know I'm getting into very deep technical discussions, but we're having issues. I've had people complain to me that their e-comments don't get published. That's a problem. This is what I can tell you. My last company I worked for before this was a company called Axonom. It's a CMS company. Competes with Brightcode, competes with Cultura. It's now open source. I don't know anybody that makes a decision in 20 minutes or 30 minutes on a CMS and a web publishing tool. They just don't. And so I'm a bit leery now of signing on so you guys become even more deeply embedded in our system. I like the idea of what you're offering, but I'm not ready myself to make this decision tonight. I'm from Missouri. I'm from the show me state. You guys are gonna have to show me that you guys will fix the issues we're having already before you migrate us on to another platform where we're even more deeply embedded with you and we can't get free. I mean, is your video indexed on the index to our agenda? Because I'm not sure it is. Maybe it is. I don't know. But if you can click on a link, should we go right to the video, the part of the meeting where it's indexed to the agenda? I'm not aware of it being that way, which surprises me because most governmental agencies are, that I can tell. I don't mean to be so hard on you guys, but this is not a new conversation. I remember having this conversation 2.5 years ago, and yet now you guys want to come in and sell us a new product, which is badly needed. But I really want to walk before I run, and I'm not ready to vote for this tonight. That I can tell you that. I think this needs to be solved, and we have to understand where the issues are with both publishing on e-comments, because that's the way it's really important right now that we do this, because this is the way they're getting access. Most people now are getting access to our meetings and watching it. I don't have cable. I know a lot of people that don't have cable. They have streaming, YouTube TV or whatever. They don't have the ability to watch meetings. And if they can't watch a meeting and it starts and stops and buffers and their player crashes or whatever it is, that is a major issue before we start getting into web publishing tools and CMSs. So I'm personally, I hope this gets your attention because it has nothing to date has, and I hear a lot of lip service, but again, I still run into issues. I can go in on any day and find out, whereas I can go to a replay of this Zoom call on YouTube and I don't have the buffering issues that you guys have. So I plan on not voting for this tonight. I'm not saying that I'm not interested in your product, but I want to solve the issues we have and have a clear understanding before we dedicate even more resources to this. So that's where I stand on this. So thank you.
Councilman, maybe what I'd suggest, if that becomes sort of the prevailing sentiment tonight, is that we re-agendize this item maybe in early January, and we try to come back with very concrete explanations for these questions. These are all very good questions. I think we're all enthusiastic about bringing on a new website and bringing on new engagement technology. You heard that issue last night at your meeting. It's a major priority for us. Councilman Obaji mentioned the need to have dedicated staff oversee public information functions. This is going to be whatever version of this we ultimately procure is going to be a key player in that, and we certainly want to do it right. So let's make sure all of the questions that need to be raised tonight by each of the council members are clearly understood by our Granicus folks here, and that we come back to you with very concrete answers as part of a follow-up presentation before we make any procurement decisions.
Yeah, I think that's wise, Mike. And I don't want to hear, oh, it's your encoder or it's your last mile. We keep hearing that, and that doesn't jive right with me when it comes to on-demand video. I mean, you guys can tell me all you want, but I've been in this space for 25 years. I know how bits and bytes work, and you need to solve the issues we're having with streaming and with things like publishing e-comments before you get my vote. So that's where I'm at. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
If I can also just say, I apologize in the sense that I did not come to this meeting prepared with any history of your meeting's performance, of any initiatives for making that better, a history of support tickets, or that history. I'm not that person, sadly. My focus over the past 2-3 years has been to get your website off of that Civica platform and onto the newer technology. Transparently, it's been an uphill battle to get it the attention it needs, to get it funded, to get it to where it's at. And now we're at like a point where the Civica CMS is at a sunsetting. They're now discussing it.
Well, and I understand that, Jason, but I'm in sales and I never go to a customer with a new product until I solve the problems with the old product. That's sales responsibility. And your sales engineer and whoever it is in your technical side of things needs to understand that this is a priority. And so if this is what it takes to get your attention, I'm all for it, because we're giving you guys money. We're not a typical city where we say, okay, yeah, we'll just take whatever the IT director says. There's a number of people on this panel tonight that are technically savvy, and we understand BS when we hear it, honestly. So I'm not saying that's what you guys are throwing at us, but I've heard it year in and year out that you guys are going to fix this problem, and it's not been fixed. So I really do hope that going forward, we solve that problem. If the rest of the council tonight wants to go forward with it, that's fine, but I'm still going to hammer you guys to fix this problem. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay. Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. So you guys are a tough one tonight because you don't realize who you're dealing with. I too myself am in the IT world, and I've been doing this for 20 plus years. I've done web design, web from ground up. I understand it's complicated. These are questions that the community is probably long lost on. First of all, I want to say be careful when you use the term gold standard. 2 weeks ago, we had some petition gatherers in here using the term gold standard, and it didn't go so well for them. To complicate, guys, let me ask you guys this. Not complicate, Granicus. How many companies have you guys bought in the last 4 years?
I believe in the last 4 years, Granicus has acquired 3, maybe 4 companies.
Is that it? I mean, I've got onto your website and I've seen just you acquired GovTech startup, FirmStep. You did, what is it? Open Cities, Bang Table, Digital, Denver Growth. I mean, I can see on your website, you've been buying up companies left and right.
I can speak to that if you want me to.
Yeah.
But continue, please.
No, go for it. I'm not saying it's necessarily bad. I'll get kind of an explanation because my next question is, go for it.
Yeah, from a strategic perspective, Granicus is positioned in a nice spot. Backed by Vista Private Equity, they're the largest SaaS software portfolio private equity firm in the world, if I'm not mistaken. Massive private equity, but the Granicus mission is ultimately to expand the platform with pieces of the resident experience. So if you think about the last acquisitions, to start with that first one, FirmStep. FirmStep is a service-driven platform which replaces or integrates with all those third-party services that you mentioned. I think it was Councilmember MD talked about keeping it simple. Like if there are all these platforms that we're dealing with and all these people who manage different things, how do you bring that all together into one single profile, portfolio, or login for a resident? That's what FirmStep does, but that's a large services engagement that we see where a city wants to completely transform all of their services and focus just on the services piece. Bang the Table is an engagement forum. So rather than having social media feeds where people are, ranting and raving and posting their comments, you basically control the conversation in a forum where you post plans, initiatives, objectives, basically crowdsourcing ideas and comments, and then you have transparency into what that involvement and engagement was. Then we have Open Cities. Open Cities is the CMS platform with the technology that we feel can truly be that platform, that base for all of the different things people do, the services, the communication, the engagement, all of that. When someone wants something, they go to a website first. So we need something that's lightweight, it's nimble, it's flexible, it's universal. So it's based off of categories and universal types, content types. It has APIs that allow it to connect to a lot of third-party services. Ultimately, we need that CMS platform that will allow us to integrate with all the other pieces of the puzzle. So we're not buying anything that overlaps. Rather, we're filling in the gaps of what that government resident experience is, trying to build a portfolio, if you would, that I all, I guess.
Yeah, no, I understand, and you see some of these acquisitions that you have. You're trying to. Not all cities are the same, and you want to kind of customize the solution. Mm-hmm. Where I'm going with this is, I don't want to buy into this new fandangled software and then say, oh, look, you bought a new company and we're going to retire this in 3 to 4 years from now. And we just finished it, say for a year from now. We just finished it, bought a new fandangled company. We're going to retire this in 3 or 4 years from now. Yeah. Where my question to you is, do you have a document that shows your framework, your platform, I forgot the term, top of my head, moving forward. Roadmap, thank you. Your product roadmap for the next 5 years for this particular product or 10 years for this particular product that you're trying to sell as the web product.
Mm-hmm. I can certainly get the product team involved. I think conversations have already started with regards to product roadmap. I think just honestly and transparently, we're a technology company and technology evolves very, very quickly. And within a year or 2 or 3 years, a lot can change. I mean, not to bring the iPhone example up again, but things evolve so quick. If you tried to use an iPhone 9 now instead of an iPhone 11, your apps would crash. And that was out just 3 years ago. So I'm not saying that websites need to be rebuilt every year. However, one of the benefits of the Open Cities platform is that it's flexible enough to allow you to change the homepage and make changes and updates to all aspects of it. So you're not stuck with us to nickel and dime like small changes to the site. It completely unlocks that to your IT department. So they have the flexibility to evolve the site as needed without a massive redesign every 3 years or every 4 years when we see a big leap in trends or leap in technology. So that being said, I'll get you roadmap information on this if that's helpful.
Yeah, absolutely, it's helpful because listen, we have to plan. Councils have to plan multi-year strategies moving forward, and without having an answer to that question as to where we're going, where you guys are going, we're buying into something without knowing where your product roadmap is, and we need to know that so that we can properly identify. So let me ask you this: name me 2 or 3 of your competitors for the web space that you guys compete against?
Yeah, I would say we compete with a variety of companies in different kind of segments of the market. Obviously, Civic Plus is a large kind of industry leading firm that builds probably predominantly cities under 50,000 populations websites. So Civic Plus is one. Our other kind of largest competitors are folks that either build internally or use kind of local design build firms that build on top of WordPress or Drupal kind of systems where they're building bottoms up. And then the third, I would say, is there are folks that have continued to use kind of Microsoft SharePoint or other solutions. So it's more solutions based rather than company based.
Okay, how do you differentiate yourself? So I love WordPress, Drupal. I use WordPress all the time. It's great, but that's not appropriate for what we're doing for it. Doesn't integrate really well. Microsoft SharePoint, great product, but it's a business solutions product. So tell me, Civic Plus, what differentiates you away from Civics Plus?
Yeah, great question. So Civic Plus largely takes a template-driven approach to building websites. So they kind of have a more cookie-cutter approach. What we focus on is a much more kind of user need, data-driven, approach to designing a website that works for you and works for your residents and reflects your community. So that's probably the largest. We also focus far more on kind of that cohesive user experience, thinking about how residents find information, understand information, conduct business online, and then ultimately support with that community engagement. So it's far more of kind of a resident experience platform than just a web CMS.
So, cities, since I became a council member, cities tend to be, technically speaking, really very much the same. You have the same departments. There are some minor changes here and there, depending on the size of the city, but cities around the same population and density size, not density, population and area size, tend to be very much the same driven. So when you say not template driven, I mean, you're saying that we're getting a completely customized driven website. So if we wanted to upgrade something, we can't take advantage of a mass upgrade. How does that work? How are we different? And name me one thing where Redondo is different, where we shouldn't be using a template driven website.
Yeah, so what we mean from a template driven is specifically like the UI, the way that the site is designed. They have a kind of much more rigid approach to just the way that the sites are designed. Jason could definitely speak more to some of the kind of individual aspects of Redondo, but like that opportunity that Councilmember Obajai recommended around like a service finder. We have a tool that Jason maybe could show from like Folsom or others where, again, it helps people much more easily, say I'm coming to the site, I need to find, apply, buy, transact, whatever the case might be, that makes it easier for residents to complete those tasks. So that's something that we've built that makes it much more flexible than like a tool like Civic Plus would have as an example. We also, because of the web streaming, all of that, have an opportunity to create a much more integrated resident experience so that residents can more seamlessly interact across different parts of the city service kind of ecosystem.
Okay. Eleanor, I got a couple questions for you. We use Granicus to publish our agenda, correct?
Correct.
So I noticed here on Granicus a couple times, a lot of times we have the staff reports are in here twice. And I was like, wait a second, am I reading the same staff report? All of a sudden it's the same thing. What kind of bug is that? Why is that happening?
So I'm trying to remember what we have to create. I'm trying to remember. Actually, Vicki, do you remember why we create that staff report at the end?
When we publish the agenda, the staff report does populate. What we also do, because it's not it doesn't appear automatically as an attachment, we create a PDF and we put it at the front of the queue in front of the published items. This particular agenda, though, we did have to republish the agenda because there was one item that didn't have a linked staff report to it. And so therefore that you saw two staff reports rather than one of the same. It's the same staff report, but it published twice. That's why the staff report came up on this particular agenda. I did notice I was reviewing it.
Yeah,
So
we do it for the ease of the public. So it's right there instead of at the bottom.
I mean, to me, I consider that a pretty big flaw. Does a lot of times, the biggest concern that I have as well is when people go to our website and they use Granicus and they download the agendas, the PDFs are not searchable. The text is not searchable. They come up as images. How is Granicus here able, I mean, I know I brought this up before. How are we able to, can we solve that with this new web platform? Or is this just something we're going to be living with Granicus? We're using Granicus in the agenda management system.
Jason, I think this would be a great example of where to probably involve Bob to talk about some of the roadmap capabilities that are coming to create better search capabilities across the multiple platforms. So let's make sure that we commit to that as part of the follow-up as well.
Okay, thank you. I know Torrance has a different system. They seem to have a good system when I use them. Chris, I got a couple questions for you. How deep is Granicus integrated into our services like Comcate? We use Comcate. Are they going to replace Comcate? Are they going to be replacing any other, or are they even replacing Comcate? And what other services are they using that they have their fingers into?
No, we're not replacing Comcate. Comcate's a standalone citizen request or a work order management system.
Okay.
And we won't be replacing that. I mean, if OpenCity to Granicus had a citizens request management system that was baked in, we could consider maybe migrating to that if it was more integrated into the solution. I don't know if it does or not, but Comcate is not part of the Granicus solution and it's not integrated. And talking about integrating, say, Comcate to OpenCity or Granicus via API is probably a stretch.
Right. Oh, I totally understand.
Other than that, it's really the Granicus solutions is based around the agenda management process and the video streaming, the legislative agenda management, the e-comment, and the video streaming really is what we use from Granicus. We started out with Granicus 15, 18 years ago because Granicus was really the only player, and we used to just video stream and host the websites. We moved around different companies for quite a few years because as the companies would city clerk would subscribe to another service and then they would get bought out and move over, and so it's been a revolving door, in terms of agenda management and streaming. We've been changing every couple of years because companies are being purchased and bought and then migrating you off that platform to another one.
Right.
The last one was bought.
But those really are the extent of what we use with Granicus.
So Granicus for agenda management, e-comment, website management, and what else? That's it?
The streaming, the website, council streaming. Yeah.
Okay. And the audio problems that we continually have, is that a Granicus problem or is that a Redondo Beach audio issue?
Well, I don't really want to speak to that. There's so many places that you can have an issue in your computer and where the video is being served and how it's being delivered to the content provider. It's going from our cancel chamber out to Granicus and then from Granicus back out to being delivered via their CDN to whoever wants to view it. So I can't say where I think the issue is. I can say that about Councilmember Lowenstein. Remember, we had a meeting with a few Granicus reps and higher ups about a year and a half ago or so, because we were really having a lot of issues with the streaming. It did improve after that. And I know they made some changes and I think they moved to a different, I don't know if it was an ISP and I don't know if it was a different CDN, but there was something changed underneath the hood and it did improve but obviously we're still having some issues with it.
Yeah, I noticed when I download the large agenda, not the short, not small one, but lately it's improved 1.5 megabytes, but it was going for 800 kilobytes a second, and that is just dog slow. I mean, there's no reason for it to go that slow, and I got a pretty good internet connection. Most places that I go to, I've noticed that, so it's not just my issue. But so we were just shown that they have a workflow order system, so we're not going to be utilizing that workflow system from the public when they have a request. We're going to continually be using Comcate then, right?
Right. Well, for citizen requests, initially, yes, but the workflow product within Open City is just because we don't use it for citizens request management, there may be other areas identified within the city where we can utilize that tool. And that would be part of the engagement is identifying those areas of workflow where we can engage citizens with this new technology where we're unable to do it right now.
So, but I want to be careful with creating all these different repositories all over the place of data and workflows. Like we have Comcate, we have open, cities and this, and now we have to manage everything. Now residents don't know where to go to put in a citizen request. And, to me, I would rather have one consistent platform for citizen requests that works across the board.
Well, there's no plan to abandon Comcate as part of this engagement.
Okay.
We could direct people when they get to the website to, hey, citizen request, use Comcate, right? Which we're not doing currently, and nobody has
absolutely
that it's out there. Sorry.
Something I was going to point out, the website redesign does give us this opportunity to be that concierge of, I need something, where do I go? So the idea is we're able to re-engineer the user experience and have it be simplified so that within a few clicks from that homepage, somebody will land on the place they need to do that thing. Whether it's being told you need a request for this, that's Comcate, boom, they're at Comcate. You need a plan submission, boom, that's over here with Munis. Oh, you need a like dog license or something, which normally is a PDF. Well, now we can do that in Open Cities with that workflow engine. So whether it's just redirecting people within a couple of clicks, whether we're now providing a digital service that otherwise was a PDF, or whether there's an integration potential where it's the front end for something that has an older back end. We have a lot more flexibility.
I as part of when it comes to, I'm with Councilmember Lowenstein. I think we're just premature on this. I think I would want to see the Granicus continue using the Comcate request system, or at least see. I want one single place to go. I'd rather continue using Granicus because it's not the best, but it seems to work pretty well. Eleanor, e-comments. When we have e-comments now, we found out that they're not part of the record, and that's why we read them into the record. So is that a Granicus issue? Is that our issue, an implementation issue? How come they don't become part of the record when we do the minutes?
So, Councilman, that's been already taken care of. So we have a column that was created by Granicus that says e-comments. So all those e-comments go into that column. So e-comments and the minutes are considered permanent record.
Okay. And those are all searchable fields? Granicus?
Column, I don't know if they're searchable. I don't know if either one of them are searchable.
When they're printed on the PDF?
On that.
Okay.
I'd have to check on that.
Okay. And Granicus, so do you have an app development for agenda management or the website, download Redondo Beach's website as an app to your phone, anything similar to that? Is there anything planned for that?
Yeah, great question. We actually build in a mobile first environment, which means that the website is able to render as a progressive web app on a mobile phone. Generally speaking, all of the research that we've done indicates that residents less than 1% of the time will actually go download and log in or authenticate to go get a mobile app from the city unless it's a highly purpose-built thing like, being able to pay your tax, your parking tickets, or to do your 311 requests. So we typically do not burden cities or try to sell that.
Okay. All the questions I have for now. I'm with Councilmember Lowenstein to come back with a report back in January to look at this some more, answer some of these questions.
Sure.
I'll let Councilmember Obaji go and then comments from the public.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
I'll try to make this quick because I'm also with Councilmember Lowenstein. Let's bring this back. We are intent on making a better website, and we certainly needed one yesterday, but we are not going to go to the first that pops out to us. But since you're going to be coming back, I would like and ask you to address all the questions that were posed here that were not answered, and as well as I know that the agenda management was not addressed, but we had just had this issue today because after 3 weeks of getting agendas with this mark at the top of them that do not allow me to mark up the agenda PDF in any way whatsoever, or move bookmarks around. This is what you guys used to produce as an agenda. Now, it had all these things out, meaning they were all not indented, but at least I could move them to indent them. So I know the consent items are all collapsed here, public comments here. This is L1. These are the different items within L1, and I can keep it organized, and I can put comments wherever. And like Councilmember Ehrenheim said, if there was an issue with it, at least I could OCR it. Whereas now you're producing these agendas that are totally protected. So I can't do anything to these. I can't move these bookmarks around. I can't make a comment. I guess I can put a sticky on. I don't know if it'll save at the end. Okay, the stickies will. But I can't, it's limited as far as what I can do. Then they say, the staff tells me, well, look, here's this iLegislate guide that'll help you use iLegislate. This is an 80-page PDF. This is Granicus's document, right? Here's the table of contents, the user guide. Where are the page numbers on the table of contents, for goodness sake? And then it says, getting started in iLegislate, you've got to install it on an iPad or on a Droid. It goes into that, but I'm trying to use it on my computer. So if you go to the iLegislate, or you go to the Granicus website for iLegislate downloads, and you click here on the Windows 64-bit, it does nothing, okay? I cannot download iLegislate for my computer. This is just today. I literally spent half an hour going through this exercise. So, and I asked Vicky to get in touch with y'all, and then she's like, oh, nobody got back to me from Granicus yet when I showed up for the city council meeting today. And frankly, I shouldn't even be asking her to do anything for me because that's not what we're allowed to only ask city manager. But in any event, I raised these issues to her, and that's what she did. So these are the problems that are not giving me confidence that Granicus is the great company that we need to move into the next century here. Like Councilmember Ehrenheim said, I would love for people to be able to go to our website and know, hey, if I have a request to put in, I want Access Redondo Comcate to be the most popular thing in the city because it is a great program. I love that when we submit a request, we get an email confirmation, we submit a request, I can go onto my phone, I can go onto my computer, I can see all the requests I've submitted. I can find out the status of those requests. And I direct residents to there all the time, but they don't know about it. So I'd like your next presentation to address how we're going to promote Comcate as the way to cut down emails from us to staff, because now residents are going to be able to submit their requests directly to staff and get updates directly from staff if and when those issues are addressed. So how are you going to help us in promoting that resource that we do have? I'm not trying to transition it to anywhere. I just would like to promote its usage. Otherwise, I've already addressed the rest of my concerns. So I look forward to seeing you guys again when you're a bit more prepared for all the concerns that we have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. There's Jason Rice from Granicus. I guess you've just been speaking. So are any public comments, Eleanor?
Let's see, we have none from Zoom, and we have one e-comment. Vicki, you want to read that?
Yes, submitted by Leslie Campeggi. Please, if you can, find another source to compare. Granicus has not been stellar with their product and has been extremely unreliable. As Councilmember Lowenstein mentioned, there is excessive buffering with the Granicus e-comment functionality. Also, it took me well over a month to get a problem resolved with them, not allowing me to sign into my account for e-comments. To date, I still cannot do that and found the workaround solution by connecting with Facebook. The city clerk's office did their best to follow up, but was unable to fix the problem. Could just relay the problem to Granicus. Also, something that should be very simple cannot be done, that being to update my user profile via Granicus. That functionality isn't available. Seems to me they're grossly behind the technology times. If the city manager is going to hire a public information official, please give that person much better tools with more efficient functionality to work with. I've gone online to city council meetings from nearby cities and do not see anything as cumbersome and problematic as our Granicus functionality. That concludes comments from e-comment.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, not to pile on, but since we are pointing out issues, I just will let you guys know that the iLegislate app on the iPad, once you hit a certain amount of e-comments, it doesn't publish anymore. So we had, some topics not too long ago where we had hundreds of e-comments. I can only see like 20. Just keep that in mind.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yeah, I'll make a motion to receive and file this staff report and comments and come back in January with a report detailing the questions that were asked tonight, answer the questions that were asked tonight regarding the streaming issues, the back end issues, product roadmap, agenda management issues with the PDFing, and possible alternatives to agenda management. And website management with, let's see here. Yeah, website management software that they plan on using for updates to that. What else am I missing anything?
You mentioned sort of company roadmap.
Product roadmap. Company product roadmap for the products that we're using. And also I want to include if they could take over was it Comcate, what that would look like, and how Comcate, or how we can integrate Comcate into the website.
I'll second that.
I would also suggest if we could, and I don't know, Jason or Luke, if you are the experts for your company in this area, but you might want to plan to bring with you somebody from your agenda management unit, however you would describe that within Granicus.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll have a representative from the security and product team.
All right. So there's a motion by Councilmember Nierenheim. I believe it was seconded by Councilmember Obaji.
Lowenstein, Obaji, same thing.
Okay. Not exactly, but I'll go with Obaji. All right. We'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, well, thanks for coming, Mr. Norris and Mr. Rice. Really appreciate you fielding all this technical questions. You probably weren't expecting this from somebody who's definitely not a technical expert. I've had a lot of complaints about the buffering and, a lot of different problems. So I had it myself over years, for many years. So Civica, Granicus, it's really just a lot of bugs that the average person is both confused and often disappointed with their experience. So working with our staff and going forward, this is a great opportunity to clean things up and get on the right track. So
we appreciate the time.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. That was longer than I thought it was going to be. Next up is N2. Discussion and possible action regarding approval of assignments to general fund balance for the fiscal year ended June 30th. Jennifer Paul, our finance director.
Yeah, I think, Mayor, I'm going to kick it off. I will ask Jennifer to share her screen. She's going to run the PowerPoint. We're going to tag team this report for you tonight. She brings it up. So as you mentioned, Mayor, this is our report on year-end financials for the 2021 fiscal year. Pleased to report after what was a very odd year, I think, for all of us with the pandemic and certainly in the financial area, trying to predict how we would perform in different areas of taxation and what we would need to expend, and really coming into the year, trying to find some semblance of balance. We, in the end, did quite well. That's the good news. This is a very positive report. Our ultimate fund balance grew over the course of the fiscal year, and it's a good news item on the whole. Now, that said, there are some areas that we need to fine tune, and you'll see in the report here how we are looking back as we also look forward as part of this explanation. A lot of times in the past, this report has been provided to you in a vacuum. We simply lay out where the fund balance has been, how it's grown, and then ask you to make allocations and designations. We want to use this dialogue to sort of reflect on how we adjusted the budget at mid-year, as well as show you how we performed this year and how it compares in certain categories to our adopted budget, so we have a sense of where we stand. Next slide, please, Jennifer. This graphic is not real exciting, but I think it is very illustrative of the kind of key issues at hand. So on the left side here, you see how we adjusted our budget at mid-year. And we had anticipated reaching balance with a $2.6 million starting point. We were projecting revenues very conservatively at roughly $86 million. We had an expenditure budget of roughly $92 million. And then we were balanced largely with the actions you took as part of the adopted budget. And this goes back now a full year plus to transfer money in from our capital projects account, smooth out some expenditures in our vehicle replacement fund, transfer that into the general fund, and then to save some other money in capital outlay. That's why you see that $6.3 million transfer in figure. That was a big part of us balancing last year's budget in light of the pandemic, because we did not have confidence in our year-to-year revenue forecast. And then our traditional transfers out of $2.7 million is what got us to balance, in our view, at mid-year. Thankfully, we outperformed in most areas. Clearly and notably, we saw just about $90 million of total revenue last fiscal year. Our last few months of the fiscal year roared back to life, both on the transient occupancy tax, on the property tax side, and I think in large part due to our efforts in helping businesses with outdoor dining and in other ways, our sales tax. It came in stronger than we had anticipated at mid-year by a large margin, and ultimately resulted in about $90 million of revenues. Now, $90 million isn't something to get too excited about. We've certainly in years past had much greater total revenue than that, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. But it was a lot better than our worst fears after the mid-year adjustment. So we were pleased with the additional $3.8 million there. And additionally, as we typically do, as there was still uncertainty around what was happening at mid-year and in those spring months, we continued to be very judicious in how we spent money. We were very tight with hiring and ultimately spent less than we had fully budgeted. Now, not every department experienced that. We'll talk about those appropriations here in a little bit. A couple of our departments need some supplemental money to make to balance at year end. But for the large part, we were very successful in containing and controlling expenses. Transfers in match what we expected them to. The difference between the $300,000 there is that when you budget, we show the transfers in for our redevelopment agency or housing successor agency figure. That's viewed as a transfer. When it comes to producing your comprehensive annual financial report, that becomes a revenue. So it goes away from the transfer category and moves up to revenue and is part of that $90 million. So you see a little bit of movement there. And then the transfers out were largely performed as expected. But the good news is where we were balanced at mid-year, we have a $5.8 million at year-end surplus that grew our ultimate fund balance. When you add that to our regular set aside, our 8.33% reserve of roughly $7.6 million, and then you add that to what remained as unassigned at the conclusion of the 2020 fiscal year, you have a total of $14 million to work with. And that's ultimately tonight what you're deciding on. and how we're reassigning those funds going forward. Before we get to that, because Jennifer will cover that presentation, let's just show a little bit of where we're at with our various revenue charts here, if you could, Jennifer. Oh, you're muted. Was that the older version? I got you.
Sorry about that.
I noticed that last column wasn't quite right.
Thanks for everyone's patience.
Mike, thanks for not saying next slide, Jennifer. Or next slide, Natasha.
Natasha.
Okay, this looks more like what we're talking about. Thanks for everyone's patience and understanding.
Yeah. So in this chart, what you see the difference is the 3.1 million is that $500,000 below was added to the fund balance to simplify things. So that's the only delta there. Go ahead and move that along. All right, so revenues, how did we perform on a kind of high level basis? You have 4 columns here. On the left side, you see year-end actuals from 1920. In the sort of powder blue, next to that, you see how we adjusted the forecasted revenues at mid-year. The black line reflects our year-end actual performance, and the purple line reflects how we adopted those revenue estimates this fiscal year. This is something we like to show now as a compare and contrast. In years past, you might just see the final year-end performance. As we've been working with the Budget and Finance Commission over the years, we've found it's helpful in some of these charts to show going forward and backwards to provide some comparison. So we're doing that again for you all tonight. As you can see, property tax is nearly $31 million at year end. That is a staggering figure. That has been the bright spot in our budget for now years. Last year astounded us. In the middle of the pandemic, it was a little bit hard to believe that we would see this kind of growth. We thought we would be stable, but to see an additional $2 million year over year was really quite something. I mean, and there was incredible upside on the transfer tax as well. Home sales stayed hot. And this was in the depths of the pandemic. So really a bright spot, good news there. On a structural basis, as you see our $30.7 million projection for next year, we've already sort of corrected where we're heading there. So there's not a lot of sort of structural upside. That'll ultimately be part of our discussion at mid-year. And then sales tax, we adjusted our budget to roughly $9.3 million at mid-year because we were concerned about how sales tax would perform based on prior quarter figures. And then to see us come in at a little over $10 million was spectacular. Also a very, very, very big bright spot for us. And again, we talked a little bit about it. We saw our recent figures on outdoor dining in Riviera Village as a geo sector in particular, highest quarter we have seen in that region ever. And that is still in a period of a pandemic. So really, I think the efforts that council directed really paid dividends in that regard, and we're grateful for it as it's really reflecting positively in our budget. And again, these two, and we're going to see another slide here, help attribute to the $90 million collected this fiscal year or last fiscal year. Next slide, please, Jennifer. At a much smaller level and less exciting, really the transient occupancy tax. If we had more columns to build out, you would see that in years past, our peak is closer to $9.1 million in transient occupancy tax. That compares to where we're at this last fiscal year of 3.4 million. So while 3.4 million was slightly higher than what we had predicted at mid-year at 2.85, it's well below what our maximum can be when our hotel industry is humming here in Redondo Beach. So we've adjusted that upward for next fiscal year to be 4.1 million. I hope we'll outpace that. I believe you'll see us come back to you at mid-year with a correction there again, because I think hotels are performing better than that $4.1 million range. But we have a long way to go until we get back to our normal heights of roughly $9 million a year. That's not a bad thing because that means we still have growth that we can deal with on the revenue side later. Utility user tax, this has been the most boring, flat tax for us for the last really 15 years. I went back and looked at the 205 budget because I was so curious about how we have performed on a property tax basis over the last decade. Property tax now at $31 million. You go back to 2005, it was $15 million. It's doubled. It's doubled in 15 years here in town. That's incredible. Utility user tax, if you go back to 2005, it's roughly $7 million. It's almost the exact same. There's been no increase. It's been flat. It's been really as steady as anything, with slight declines, typically on a historic trend line year over year. 6.71 for us was solid, slightly above our projections of 6.4. So those are really the four chief taxes. We're not showing transfer tax tonight. We're not showing vehicle in lieu property tax, which we receive from the state. But ultimately, really a good news item on a mid-year basis, mid-year compared to year-end basis for revenues. Moving on to expenditures. Next slide here, Jennifer. Uh-oh, is she frozen? Jennifer?
Natasha?
Granicus retaliating.
I don't know if we can play Granicus for this. This might be Zoom.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think so.
Just kidding.
Looks like we lost Jennifer.
Yeah.
You probably have it all memorized anyway, right, Mike?
Well, let's see.
How much we spend on police and fire?
She's knocking on my door. What's that, Jennifer?
Oh.
Okay, Jennifer's computer crashed. So, Chris, are you still listening? Maybe come help her.
Yeah, I am. I'll go up there right now.
Yeah, maybe that is Granicus's fault. I don't know. Maybe we're being sabotaged. Let me see if I can share the most
presentation. Yep.
Yeah, I've got a version of this. Let me see if I can pull it up. Okay. I think this is it. All right. Give me a second to share the screen.
So subtract $500 from those figures for a new computer for Jennifer.
Yeah, no kidding.
Make that 1,000. 15 years ago, it was $500.
Yeah. That's just not so thin as it's
Okay, you see that okay?
Yep.
Okay, so moving on to expenditures. Again, biggest category for us, personnel, always has been. And we are a labor service industry for the most part. You see these figures here on the left side, about $62 million of year-end actual expenditures in fiscal year 1920, moving down to about a little under 59 million in 2021. That's due chiefly to freezing positions, holding positions vacant, cutting positions where possible. Many of which we actually brought back in this fiscal year in 21-22. However, you don't see that on the bar chart because a big component of these expenses has historically been the annual CalPERS pension payment, our unfunded accrued liability payment, usually in the $13, $14, $15 million range citywide, on the general fund side in that kind of $11, $12, $13 million mark. This year, there's a temporary blip. This $53 million that we have in the adopted budget will spring back up because, as you recall, we executed a interest-only lease obligation payment in this fiscal year. So instead of being what will eventually be the fixed $12, $13 million payment citywide, we are only paying roughly $5 to $6 million this fiscal year as an interest-only option. So this will go back up. This is an anomaly. It's not a reflection of us continuing to hold positions vacant or anything of that ilk. We, in fact, brought a lot of positions on, as you recall, with the adopted budget. So this number will climb as we go forward. But on a year-end basis, the number was pretty tight year over year. We were able to control expenses, as I mentioned. Moving down to maintenance operations, little greater expenditure here. Some of that has to do with COVID pandemic-related expenses for signage, one-time expenses for different activities associated with the pandemic, and then in large part to actually executing maintenance efforts a little more completely this last fiscal year than we did in 1920. And the next slide, you see our internal service fund allocations, a big part of what we do. Compared to 1920 year end, slightly lower. As you know, internal service fund allocations lag They're based on prior full year completed data, and then they trickle into the budget. So these things, the trend line is always somewhere between 18 months or more in arrears. Next year's budget shows a $25 million figure, so fairly flat there. But those internal service funds are reflective of decisions we make with staffing in those units and or equipment in those units. In the last few years, you've held back on communication equipment, and we've held back on some vehicles. When those categories, you'll see some decline over time. Capital outlay here is reflected, but it's a very small component of what we do. Moving on. So this gets to kind of the core of our actions tonight. We start with that $14 million that we showed you earlier. We have our general sort of allocations. Those include non-spendable items, which isn't making up much money here, a little under $100,000. This year's 8.33% reserve figure is a little less than last year's because our general fund budget has shrunk. It's reflective of that. So we're at 7.2 million there roughly. And then we have our traditional assignments. We have our carryover encumbrances. These are contracts that are still in motion, that are funded from prior year dollars, but are still needed to be complete. That's about $1 million. We have petty cash that we do every year. Compensated absences. This is the time of year where we actually make that designation to pay for our predicted policy, which I believe reflects 30% of full usage. Then we have our regular carryover assignments. This is departments asking to hold money back because projects or programs or services are only partially completed year over year. We have just about $300,000 there. And then we have a little over $700,000 of appropriations that are needed to plug holes in last year's budget in different departments. Primarily in this case, the largest overage occurred in the fire department, and I'll talk about why in a little bit. And then our recommended transfer of $1 million to the capital improvement program is part of our recommendations this year and ultimately leaves roughly $2.9 million unassigned. Now, our recommendation, and I'll talk to you about that why in a touch more here, is to leave it unassigned and reconsider it at mid-year when you have a more complete picture about competing uses and structural revenues and expenses. But you are not limited to that. If you want to assign it tonight to a project or some other activity, you can do that. We'll bring back the resolution, and then you can consider it for a formal budget modification. Remember, these appropriations have to be approved by a 4/5 budget modification. So whatever allocations you make will ultimately need to reach that bar, and that will occur as we bring that resolution back at the next meeting based on your decisions tonight.
Mike, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'll just go ahead and finish it, Jennifer.
Sure.
The encumbrances are, I'm not going to go through all these contracts, but this gives you a sense of how we arrive at that $981,000. You've got all kinds of things in here, PlaceWorks being a big chunk of that, which is our ongoing general plan advisory consultant. Moving on, we get to our appropriations for 2021 that are necessary to balance these particular budgets. In the financial services department, we had a $59,000 overage due to increased credit card fees. We have since corrected that budgetarily with the adopted 21-22 budget. That's covered. We've made that ultimate adjustment. On the fire department side, we had $600,000 of overage in the personnel category above department bottom line, in large part because at mid-year an adjustment was made anticipating that the significant number of vacant positions were not going to be filled by the end of the fiscal year. Well, in what I would call a good news effort, Keith in his capacity has been able to fill all of those positions, largely in the months of May and June. That, on the downside, put a little pressure on the budget that was already taxed by fairly increased overtime costs due to the vacancies earlier in the year. So we had a bit of the double hit. We also had some workers' compensation absences issues and leave that were associated with our constant manning requirements. So the department made an adjustment at mid-year to reflect savings. Ultimately, those were not achieved due to the hiring and some of the other factors that occurred. On the public library side, we had an $89,000 plus overage, largely due to the predicted timing of the reopening and the use of part-time labor that are needed to operate our libraries and be open to the public. So again, a summary, here we are, our traditional recommendations. I just rolled through them, ultimately leaving you $2.8 million to work with. But before you make that determination, there are two additional factors I'd like you to be aware of. One, American Rescue Plan funds that we had anticipated to come in last fiscal year, totaling $3.4 million, due to the federal timing of the distribution, trailed into this fiscal year. You might recall our budget made the determination that we should put 2.4 million of those into the general fund and 1 million of those into the uplands fund. Those allocations by way of timing have not yet occurred and are actually supplemental to the $2.8 million I just showed on the last screen. You can't allocate that money tonight. You'll have to wait for mid-year to actually make that determination. But I want you to be aware that that is accretive to what you're already working with as a result of the 2021 close. Secondarily, we have other good news in the form of the final CalPERS supplemental payoff that came in August was less than what was anticipated and projected by CalPERS a year ago. And we now have $4.4 million of additional bond proceed money that is going to be transferred to our city count and therefore pay for the vast majority of this year's planned finance only first year payment, finance charges only, which means we've got an additional $4.4 million to work with at mid-year as a result of those carryover bond proceeds. So you've got 4.4 of carryover bond money, you've got 3.4 of rescue plan funding, and you've got 2.8 of carryover fund balance. When you add all that up, you're just under $10 million of supplemental funds to consider. So you can think about the 2.8 tonight, distribute it how you like, or you can wait till mid-year and talk about the 9.6 million on the whole and juxtapose that against your other competing expenditure demands and other items of interest in the community. We've got a lot out there on everybody's list. And I can tell you the advantage of waiting until mid-year to make these designations is that we can give you at that time staffing, we can have the staffing discussion to go with it. You all know we approved a budget this year that had a laundry list of special projects in it. We only had so many staff to help execute those projects. We know how frustrated everyone gets when things sit in the queue. Mid-year gives us a chance to compare and contrast one-time monies with structural ongoing staff support so we can do that in a little more holistic way. That said, ultimately, you've got to make this policy call. You want to tell us how to assign this, we'll do it. We'll bring back the resolution at the next meeting, and then we can count the votes, make sure it receives the 4/5 that's needed to get it over the hump, and we can execute it then. But our recommendation tonight is that list of carryovers and assignments and the $1 million transfer to CIP, and that you hold the 2.8 as part of carryover fund balance to be considered at mid-year. That concludes our presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, that's great, Mike. A great rundown. A lot of numbers, even for me, has been doing this a while. I was trying to get my hands around our structural situation, meaning, how much money did we take in? How much money did we spend? We have been running a deficit the last couple of years. And so how does that look now?
Well, if you look back, and this is what this is, right? It's a look back. We were just about structurally balanced last year in actual expenses versus actual revenues. We were off by about $20,000, or maybe it was 40. I forget the exact.
Okay.
Very close. However, that's a snapshot in time. We've made changes to the amount of staffing that we've authorized. We've made adjustments to revenue. So that doesn't necessarily mean we're structurally balanced in this fiscal year. That's the conversation we'll have at mid-year.
Got it. Well, every year is a new year and everything's a snapshot, right?
Right.
So, but that's very impressive. And I got to hand it to the staff and everybody to have pulled that off in such an uncertain time. So thanks for that. I think I saw the number and was figuring it wasn't much. So
yeah, it was tight. It was really close. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good in this, but we have a history of budgeting very conservatively, and it generally pays dividends for us.
Yeah. I'm trying to read my own notes here. Apologies. allocation versus voting for. Yeah, you talk about allocation, appropriation, voting for the project. We'll allocate money for a specific project. Then the project comes back and we vote again. And, sometimes people change their minds. What is the correct terminology? I mean, let's just, look, we allocated a lot of projects last June. And I think everybody wants to know what the status of those are. I mean, what's the point of adding projects if we're not going to finish what we, funded last time? So first, terminology-wise, tonight or previously, we allocated monies, right? And so staff goes to work and they come back, okay, well, here's your skate park, whatever it is. And you allocated these monies for the skate park and it came in under or a little over, we need a little more money. And then people vote for the skate park. So how do you, I guess that's always a chance that people will change their minds after you've gone through that process.
There's sort of two technical terms here. The word allocate is more generic, right? It means it's a policy directive. You're telling us we want to set this amount of money from this source aside for this endeavor, right? Depending on how it's done, it doesn't necessarily mean that money's been appropriated for that project, right? Appropriation occurs when either one of two things happens. You adopt the budget with that appropriation listed specifically, or you modify the budget by a 4/5 vote via resolution to supplement or appropriate funding at that time. So when you approve the budget motion this year, you set and actually did not only allocate, but appropriate monies at certain levels for all of the projects that were mentioned. Sometimes what happens is we may have set aside $100,000 for a project and its final tab comes back at $120,000. And then you have to appropriate the additional $20,000 to make the budget whole. And that's usually when that follow-up action is necessary. And sometimes it requires a 4/5 vote. Ideally, in the capital program or the actual budget, we set sufficient funds aside and you don't need to appropriate supplemental monies. But as you all well know, things change and things can be more expensive or sometimes less expensive than we anticipate. And it just depends on the specific project.
When do allocations occur? Because you used that word earlier.
Kind of now. What you're doing now is you're sort of telling us how you want these funds to be designated. You won't actually make the appropriation until you approve the budget resolution at the follow-up meeting.
Okay, thanks for that. What's the status of the fire quote? And where is this fire quote?
Right, so there's two things coming and those will be next month. First is the fire department assessment, which is with me right now. I'm looking at it. I'm about 2/3 of the way through. After that's done, Keith will be inviting each of you to one-on-ones to chat and go through and digest the assessment. And we'll have that agendized at our meeting, hopefully here in December, to talk about and filter. I see that item probably taking multiple discussions, multiple meetings to digest. It's a voluminous subject. We want you to take your time with it. After you've gone through the assessment, we'll bring back to you the sequence and process and determination associated with seeking the LA County Fire Services quote to give you really this sort of compare and contrast between how we operate, what's been identified in the assessment, and then ultimately what we want the county to provide us costing for. And that will trail that activity. So we've talked with Tom, with the county, the fire chief that's been assigned to help us with this. He sent us over the materials and we'll be ready to follow up the assessment discussion with that conversation shortly after.
Well, I remember us having a conversation at the council that it was also going to be negotiated, or not negotiated, but discussed with really the Firefighters Association members, not just, you and the chief, but that they were going to participate. And you're using the word assessment. I thought there was a questionnaire coming that we were all going to look at.
That's two separate things. So our assessments, the internal review, that's been consulted with every member of the department, the community and the like. Those results will come back to you. The fire services quote is a multi-step process with the county that will have ample opportunities to receive input from a variety of people, including our association members.
Well, what was this questionnaire we were hearing about that, everybody was, the county sends out a questionnaire about
It's
ultimately what kind of services do you want?
Exactly. And it's the county's mechanism to have you tell them how you currently operate, and then answer the sort of basic equipment, staffing questions, budget questions, and the like. So we have not filled that out yet. That was filled out previously based on the process that occurred 2-3 years ago now. What we wanted to make sure happened is that before we send that to the county, you've weighed in on it and that we've received the input that you ultimately desire by the different stakeholders. So we have not filled out that questionnaire. We will be bringing that to you before we do so.
When do you think that'll happen?
I suspect we'll complete the assessment conversation. We'll start the assessment conversation first in December. It likely, I'm sure, because you want to give it attention and deference, will trail past the holidays. The questionnaire will come immediately after that.
Okay, well, this whole assessment step seems like a new thing I'm just hearing about, which, isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it seems like something I hadn't heard about.
Yeah, it's
maybe it didn't even happen the first time. Did this go on the first time?
No. This assessment is completely separate, Mayor. This is us doing our own internal evaluation and analysis of how we've performed, where we have strengths, where we have weaknesses, how we may want to make changes. And the reason we're having the county questionnaire trail is because we think it establishes a good baseline for you to decide collectively how you want to see those services quoted from the county. Because there's a lot that we have learned in this assessment about ways we think we can do better, be more efficient, deliver more expanded service, perhaps at similar cost. And I think that will help inform how we evaluate the county's option as well.
Okay. One of the problems we have is keeping track of the projects, and that kind of emanates really from strategic planning as well. Mm-hmm. That, we haven't had strategic planning, and we're working on selecting facilitators so that we can schedule a strategic planning meeting and get started. Because I remember, we used to have timelines and people assigned to these milestones, and we don't have any of that. So we really kind of lost track. And I'm not going to sit here and ask you about status of every project that we approved last time, but I just want to point out that that's something that's seriously missing, and I'm getting back on track with that. And being able to track projects more carefully. But I will ask you about one small project, and then I'll turn it over to everybody, because we were at Veterans Park, and those damn railings that I took a video of and complained about back for Memorial Day, sure enough, down comes these dignitaries and the mayor of Ensenada and all these other people down these, railing that still has not been updated. And we were told, oh yeah, we'll take care of that. Yeah, it's not going to be a problem. And here we are. And they're still in the same condition. I mean, I don't think it really requires an allocation, but maybe it does.
I hope not, Mayor. Councilman Lowenstein made that call to me immediately following the event last Thursday as well. I'll be working with Ted and his crews to find out kind of where we're at with that. I do know that we need to get them done. I will tell you, railings, sometimes when they're improved, trigger other ADA landing issues and other requirements that might force some adjustments to the stairway itself. So I don't want to explain why it isn't or is soon to be done. But we'll follow up on that. Clearly, it's through the cracks.
It's really just there's stairs kind of in the corner that you think never get used. They get used a lot.
Yeah,
and they could be really made nice in something that instead of something you're kind of ashamed of when you take people over there. It's like, geez, man, we got to fix this. So
you might recall the central stairwell that actually funds from the rotunda down to the memorial used to have similar railing. And that was part of the project improvements, were to build out the railing, create the appropriate fall zones and landing areas, and actually make that a nice, desirable feature. We just never got around to doing the side stairwell, which comes from the parking lot, and we need to.
Yeah, absolutely. We need to do that. And the Veterans Memorial Task Force is talking about a little walkway over to the plaques that are on the wall there. It'll really, really upgrade that area. So, keep us abreast of that. Come back and keep us up to date. I mean, it's, I don't want to go down there Memorial Day and it just still, it's really not even safe if somebody fell over that. I shouldn't say that, but I don't think it is. Anyway, thank you. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, not to beat a dead horse, but that concerns me liability wise. So I think we really need to take care of it. ADA dependent, independent of that. I mean, they're wobbly. And so I'm really glad that nobody relied on that, especially the older folks that don't have good balance. So I know you'll take care of it, and Ted will take care of it. So good presentation, Mike. A couple of questions or a couple of comments. One is the fact that the user utility tax has not changed in 16 years amazes me. I assume it's based on things like natural gas usage, which has gone up in price, clearly. Cable TV, which has been on a downward turn. I assume that's why it hasn't gone up, because even if natural gas goes up, cable TV revenues have gone down. That's probably right. Is that?
Yeah, the cost of actual consumed utilities, non-internet, non-cable, have grown to some degree due to indexing to pricing, whereas more and more people are going to streaming services and cutting the cable cord, so to speak, exclusively going to cellular. And in some instances, in some of those areas, we just can't collect the tax.
We collect an emergency communications tax, I think, from cellular, but we don't collect the user utility tax.
Not the traditional UUT, right?
Okay. I'm actually fine keeping our powder dry and waiting until February. I think you've convinced me of that. I think that's a good move. You mentioned it would be just under 10 million. I assume when you added up the 3.4, the 4.4, and the 2.9, it's 10.7. But I think that's not counting the 1 million that would be going to.
I'm assuming you'll move the 1 million to capital as we typically do as part of the recommendation. We didn't, you'll recall, last year because we used it to help balance the budget. We also deauthorized some projects to help balance the budget. So we think the million to get back into the normal flow of things makes sense. But whatever's remaining from there, ultimately, I would strongly encourage you to wait until mid-year to discuss, because we might have other adjustments that come forward too that affect our numbers. Our forecasting may improve in some areas. It may go the other way in some. So it's I think a more comprehensive time for us to make those evaluations.
Okay, great. And so I'm going to piggyback on what Mayor Brand said, because he and I have talked about this. There's really no reason in 2021 why we don't have some type of project management software portal that we can see the progress on capital projects and other things that are out there. And I'll tell you why it's important. Not only that we can track it, but that residents can track it and find out where things are at. Because I get asked probably more than anything, hey, what's going on with this or what's going on with that? And if I have to go to the staff, it's a waste of my time, it's a waste of your time, and it's a waste of public works, right? So I really think that knowledge is power. And I think that that's really important that we keep track of that. And I think it allows us to not let things like stair rails fall. And so when people have an idea on timelines, on budgets, I think that's really important. And along those lines, this kind of concerns Jennifer as well too, financial. Like, I don't know what the balance is on the traffic calming budget. I don't know what the balance is on the vehicle replacement budget. The only time I know those budget balances is at the end of the year, generally speaking. And I think it would be very helpful. It doesn't have to be public facing, but at least within the city, for transparency purposes, for staff and for council members and the mayor to be on the same page so that we know what balances are and keep a running total of this. And now, I don't think this will add a lot. I would think it would, whatever accounting software you're using would interface with it. But I would think it would be nice for us to have an idea where things are at so that it's not a surprise at the end of the year or the middle part of the year that this fund is depleted. I wouldn't have known that the Uplands fund is completely depleted until you told me, Mike. And so I think that's really helpful for us to be able to track that. And I'd like us, if it's part of mid-year or something else, to consider this. Both of these things. Maybe other people would like to see other data and financial information and project information, but I think it's a really good idea for us to be able to do that. And so I'm hoping that we can look at that. But those are the things that really stick out to me especially the project management stuff. I mean, there are things that, that I've probably forgotten about, quite honestly. We all have so many things that are going on at one time.
It's a big list for sure. And yeah,
So-
we'll talk a little bit about that. Project management dashboard that could be placed publicly would be helpful. We are, as I've said, one of the initiatives I'd like to see us work to implement is, and that's part of this kind of more broad, comprehensive PIO function, public information function. I also hope that there's someone who can help the operating departments with their user interface on a technological basis. It's not just, IT builds the structures. The operating departments have to utilize and deploy those structures. And, they need help in some cases. So, and I think that kind of a dashboard system is an obvious program for us that we could benefit from. And I think all of you would benefit from too. So,
okay, so those are my suggestions. I think your recommendations are good recommendations. And I'd just like us to consider this, whether it's, coming up in February or some other time that there's a budget, whether it's the IT budget, maybe that could maybe be tapped for something like this. But I think it would be a very useful thing for all of us to be on the same page. So, yeah, that's it. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
All right. I actually agree 100% with what Councilmember Lowenstein just said. And I wish the Granicus people were still here so that they could incorporate that to their next conversation. But maybe we could get that to them too, so that they are aware that we would like to ask about that the next time, is how do we get budgetary stuff outward facing to them. As much as I've missed Mike Klein's text message today showing me pictures of the dog park going up and hearting those, because that's amazing at Andrews Park. It would be awesome to not have to bother them to find out, hey, what's happening with this or what's happening with that. One question I have, just because again, this is the first time I'm seeing return numbers come back, is just relative to these numbers where it says transfer in and transfer out. Transfer in and transfer out in the year-end actuals. It looks like we transferred in, this is from the Capital Reserve Fund, right, Mike?
There's several sources in there. Typically, we have a little under $3 million of structural transfers in that come from outside sources for different purposes. This year, that number was double because it was really our budget balancing tool. And the big tranche of that was the capital programs project account, Fund 300. And then additionally, we had monies come in from the vehicle replacement fund. So whenever it's a transfer in, it just means it's coming from a fund other than the general fund to the general fund. If it's going out, it's going from the general fund to another fund.
Right. So, but is that a transfer in, like if we took it from the Capital Reserve Fund, is that something that we need to pay back, like that we're owing 3.3?
Well, here, it's a great question. Normally, I would say yes, right? And a portion of the mid-year transfer in happened to be related to the CalPERS Reserve Fund. And we would normally reinstate those funds. But by way of the fact that ultimately, with the final budget motion, you allocated roughly an additional $6 million of capital project work for various purposes. We've, I think, more than restored what we took away last fiscal year to balance. Really, the use of the one-time pension funds really was kind of a shot in the arm for the capital program. And we've got more work than we've got resources.
Right.
So we've got resources.
Right. And so we had this conversation for that reason, because even the council member for a district that's got more projects than we've been able to roll out, I would make a motion to file and receive and file this report, and thank staff for all their fiscal prudence.
You have to accept.
But we do need the recommended assignment.
Oh, sorry, the recommended action to. I guess the motion is to
follow staff
recommended
recommendation.
Assignment of the general fund balance for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2021.
Right. We will, as I said, bring back the budget resolution next week for final action on those decisions.
Is there a second?
I
don't hear a second.
I'll second that.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Okay, are you done, Zane? Is that it? Councilmember Narenhut.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yeah, a couple questions on this. So yeah, I guess you answered my question on the utility user tax about why it's been so flat. One thing I didn't get into with the Granicus people, but this is something that community development is working on. What about the status of online permit programs for development permits?
Yep.
I know we were working on that, payment online, ability for the public to see what permits are coming in, what going out, for people to see where the status of their individual permits are at. What is the status of that right now?
Yeah, I'd ask if maybe he or Chris have a better handle on it. I'm not sure we've advanced the ball all that far. I don't think we've turned on the function yet, to my knowledge. And that's candidly why, when I come back with the proposal here in a couple of weeks to reorganize the city manager's office, one of those individuals will be tasked with that sort of technological interface and try to help these departments move those projects to fruition. We're not getting there. I have a hunch that we are so busy working on core activities, we don't have the bandwidth to execute the sort of customer service enhancements. And we just need help to get that done. So Brandy, unless you have an update, I'm not sure if we've made any progress there or not.
I think that's exactly it. I mean, we've had a couple of different programs where they've given us demonstrations, but then not, either the price is so outrageous or it's just not what we're looking for. And it's just for us to, try and we can't designate a person to just go and do the research at this point. So I think that, what you're saying, Mike, would really be beneficial to have somebody who can help our department kind of cull through that and make the right decision.
Yeah, we'll at that, Councilman. We'll owe you a follow-up report. We've got to do better there.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the update. I realize everything that's going on at a community development department is unbelievably busy. I understand that. With that said, you really do need somebody in each department as a tech ambassador / tech person in each department. And if you establish that position in the city manager's office, they need to be they need to herald the project and run through it. You can't just, assign that to IT and say they need to go through with it. It really is a customization of it. So I think it's really important for the residents to have access to it. I get questions all the time. In fact, I get questions just my community meeting on Monday regarding 4117 South PCH and the commercial development. They just did one. I'm like, I don't know the current status, where it's going. I have to check in with it. So it'd be really good to have, again, transparency and openness with it. How much payments online are we doing for either community development or is everything? Can we pay everything online? If we get a bill, if a resident gets a bill for something, can everything be paid online, or are there only certain ones that can be paid online?
Jennifer, I might have you help me with that. I think it's the latter, not the former. But I would hope it's the former, but I don't think it is. Chris or Jennifer?
Yeah, no, not everything can be paid online. When the work at home started and early on in COVID, one of the first things we did is we redirected, especially in community development, our efforts around the online payments. So we had the online payments with building permits up and online with, 6 or 8 weeks of the shutdown. And so we made some pretty big steps there. I know general billing and other AP payments, we can accommodate quite a few of those online right now. And we're using the Munis payment interface. So it hits directly into our financial back end. But no, not everything. We have systems that are hosted by third parties, parking citations. Those systems have their own payment portals. Recreation has their own payment portal interface. It is online, but it's that system's payment interface, not one central interface.
And we have business license, animal license, and general billing able to be paid online. And thank you. Chris was running up to help me because my computer dying earlier. So thank you for getting down to your office in time to answer.
Well, while you were gone, we allocated $1,000 for you for a new computer.
We're going to make sure Granicus also reports back to us in 2 months on why Jennifer's computer broke.
Well, we figured it out. We got it taken care of.
I had a heater plugged in to the same outlet, so that was good.
So,
I figured that's what it was.
So, Chris, so when it comes to online payments, it's really going to be on each individual department. There's nothing on a website status, website redevelopment side that we really need to integrate with. And is that what I'm understanding correctly?
Well, yeah, the Tyler Munis website has its own web page, right? Its own interface. So like they were talking about earlier, you always have the choice of linking to something, which is probably the last thing you want to do, unless it's done well. It's very clear on the website to direct a person there. The other option is to embed. If the page can be embedded into the website page, you know, you're still on other website, but it's within that framework of your website. So we would have to take a look at those things in terms of a new content management system, where we're able to do or what we're able to do to centralize. You know, the goal is to make it easier for a citizen to locate where to pay things and how to pay for things. You know, that would be one of the goals.
And when you say Tyler Munis, to make sure we're all on the same page here, Tyler Munis, that's an internal system.
That's our financial management, payroll financial management system, our enterprise resource planning system.
ERP stuff, right? Okay. So Jennifer, I've been harking on this point for years, and I've been talking to Mr. Wazanski about this for quite a bit. You know, getting away from paper, printing everything on paper, and next year's budget have a version of the budget that with a line item. You know, I'll love to meet with you sometime and show you like what Hermosa does, Manhattan does. Hermosa, you can literally look at every little globular item, glob, I forgot exactly what you guys call it.
Object code.
Object code, thank you, yeah. Yeah, and so you can tell. So this sewer over here, the pump costs $352 per year, and for the connection fees, you know. And then we can really drill down. Now that we have more electronic payment, and one of the reasons why I'm harking on electronic payment, it saves staff time on collecting funds, collecting revenues, and then we know exactly where it comes from. So, for instance, if the revenue is coming from Riviera Village for parking meters versus the Esplanade parking meters. And the one thing I get from a lot of residents is the ability to drill down into, hey, what are we spending money on in each department? And just asking questions. They want to know. So I expect that to come up in December when we start moving forward.
And I should add, Councilman, that, you know, you've seen this, the adopted budget now and the proposed, it includes more line item detail than it ever has in the past. It used to be a budget response report that it would be additive. We're now building that into the regular document. So it's not quite at that exact granular level that you're describing, but you now at least see all line items and all classifications within the budget to provide more depth of each operation.
And thank you. And that's awesome. And I would even you can produce that document, that separate document separately rather than what we have. And what you have right now is way better. So thank you. Jennifer, how easy or how hard is it? What kind of work would it take? Hermosa does it good for looking forward 3 to 5 years. I think Manhattan does it too in their forecasting. What's the ability for us to be able to do that on our revenues and expenditures?
That's a great question. I mean, this year I did everything. Well, my team and I did everything in-house, just in Excel. And so we have those kind of scenarios. We have, you know, the medium, better, and worse. So we did project those forward. So for me, that was just manual calculations. And so I'm excited to dive in and look at kind of other opportunities for efficiencies, but also, you know, I'm looking forward to discussing this with you to see how can we provide kind of a more interactive document as well, as far as projecting. So right now for proposed, because of that, I'll still be just doing that all in-house manually. So I'm sure we'll have time to kind of discuss. So you mean beyond those scenarios projected forward?
Yeah, because I think I should add a little bit to that in that, you know, we work with the Budget and Finance Commission to create those sort of best case and worst case, you know, probable case scenario assumptions, you know, and we provide a 3-year financial forecast as a regular budget response report. But it's not, I think to your point, and I think this is where you're going with it, it's not part and parcel to our proposed budget. It's a secondary document to help provide forecasting as a useful tool, but it isn't necessarily constructed within the city manager's proposed budget.
And that's fine if it's a separate document moving forward. You know, I don't mind compartmentalizing and siloing out the budget and certain sub reports so people can see what's going on, because I think it's easier for people to digest. We do have a larger budget than, say, Hermosa, and forecasting can be difficult. Same things happen. I totally see that. I wouldn't want to spend 1,000 hours on something and then all of a sudden just with one incident, something get out the window. What was I think? So did I see that correctly on the CIP in 2020, 2021? We didn't allocate any money to the CIP budget, right? That was zero, correct?
Zero. And not only was it no allocation, you actually extracted money from the capital fund to help balance the budget to the tune of just under $3 million.
And have we I don't remember. Have we replenished that?
You did not specifically replenish it. That was the answer I gave just a bit ago, where you, in an indirect way, did by appropriating almost $6 million of special capital projects by way of the bond proceeds.
Right. Okay. And you know, one thing that I don't see in here as a together kind of document, I don't know if it's easy enough to do, is grant funding, one-time grants versus grants that tend to happen year over year. So if we get a special grant, say $1 million because we applied for something and we got it for the harbor, right? Versus a year like road work, Measure M money, right? That we get that continuously, we're going to continuously apply for that.
Yeah, local return. Yeah, we could, you know, maybe that's a good budget response report, Councilman. Maybe provide some detail on to what our sort of recurring grant sources are versus those that we go out and apply for and receive. Versus maybe those one-time sort of programmatic things that we experience in police or other areas. We could produce a report like that. It depends year to year. You know, there's been years when we might receive $2-3 million in Metro grant funds through a competitive process. There might be years where we receive none and are simply relying on our per capita local returns. So each year is different.
Right. So to that, you know, looking forward, you know, we do a good job with grants, but there are cities like Culver City, they hired a specific grant writer who had experience, and they hired this person from, I believe it was LA City, and they get a phenomenal amount of monies from grants. And it's really the blending and braiding of so many different funding sources and places. You know, I don't know how much money we got from FEMA for this whole COVID incident, but LA County, LA City is phenomenal at getting FEMA funding. And I realize takes years to get this money, but it's money that we get. And Culver City, I talk with them all the time on how much funding they get through grants. And while a lot of it's only one time, it still is a significant amount of revenue from them and to pay for things. So, and that's why I want to down the line start looking at more grant funding. And there's so much opportunities there. So, thank you. That's it.
Oh, can I just have a follow-up question, Council Member Nierenheim? So the sensitivity analysis that was done working with the assumptions from the Budget and Finance Commission. So we have the probable scenario, worst and best, and we have 4 years projected out. So are you stating you just want 5 years projected out similar with those assumptions?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's fantastic. So so we do work with the Budget and Finance Commission. I wasn't here for that, but I definitely did utilize the assumptions. So it's easy enough to just project out one additional year.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, that's great. Doing the sensitivity analysis, didn't normally do that every year. So
yeah, we got away from it for a while, Mayor. You know, during, I don't know exactly what period and why, but used to do regular 3 and 5 year scenarios as part of a regular budget response report. We've recently resurrected that in the last 2 years, and really with the help of the Budget and Finance Commission. We'll keep that going. We think it's a useful tool, but it is different. It's easier for us to do it as a separate standalone document than it is to actually incorporate it into our proposed budget document, because it's just then one more chart to populate in every version. So
I'm sure it turned out to be worthless last year, before, but
yeah, you can throw that one away pretty quick.
I don't remember seeing it recently. I used to get it as part of our Where did I see that? I guess it was in our budget book.
Yeah, it's in our, you get 100, it's one of your roughly 50 or 55 budget response reports every year.
I'd like to see a utility user tax put back on the ballot for AES. That was done like 13 years ago. It was a different era, and they're talking about extending it again. And I think we really ought to do that. I think they bring a lot of money back into the city. It requires a charter change, so we'll have to discuss that at strategic planning when we get that done, because that could be significant revenue. What I'm talking about, folks, is their purchase of natural gas to run their plant. So they don't pay taxes on it. We all do. Everyone else in town does. They've skated out of it. We had a ballot measure back in 2008, I believe.
Yeah, sounds about right.
They come up with all kinds of nonsense that we were giving ourselves raises and buy flat screen TV.
Flat screens, yep, flat
and
screens.
Everybody's energy rates are going to go up, and it was absurd. But it won. They did a good job of. I must tell you, they did a good job of convincing the residents that we were out picking their pockets to get flat screen TVs. So they've generated a lot of ill will since then. So I really don't think the residents will be swayed by their nonsense arguments as they continue to operate a 70-year-old power plant. Anyway, this is great.
Well, they mostly convinced the seniors that they were going to have their rates raised, is what they convinced them. And I know it intimately because that's the measure UUT, which is what I got sued on. That's what they sued me for, because I signed it on to that.
Yeah, it was an anti-SLAPP suit, and you guys won. Yeah, CenterCal got out of that by recruiting 2 shill residents to sue us and hide behind them. Otherwise, that would have been an anti-SLAPP suit. So, I guess the big developers learned their lesson, but then they got busted anyway. Yep, and I tell you, the two shills they use better sure hope they pay their bills, because they're coming. Anyway,
Mayor?
Yes.
There are no public comments for this item.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Councilmember Narenheim, did you want to say anything else?
Sorry, nothing.
Okay, I guess the receive and file in the direction that was given. So
and the proposed assignments for return as part of a resolution next meeting.
Okay, I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember Imby.
Aye.
Okay. Great. Moving right along. Excuse me, let me pull up. Next up, P1, discussion and possible action regarding possible updates to Redondo Beach housing and land use regulations to mitigate the impacts of Senate Bill 9. I know a lot of cities are doing this, and we need to consider what we can do before it takes effect January 1. So, Brandy.
Yep, we've got a PowerPoint for you tonight, Mayor, and we do, as you received and filed earlier, quite a few different blue folder items from local agencies looking at the same issue. So, Brandy, if you want to get rolling, that'd be great.
Yeah, great. I'm going to share my screen. Can you see that okay?
Not yet, Brandy. Oh, there it goes. Yeah.
Okay. So with this item, we will discuss any regulations the city wants to implement to mitigate the impacts of the SB 9, California Senate Bill 9. Just a little background, SB 9 was signed into law this past September. It becomes effective January 1st. The changes are under 3 different California government code sections relating to land use, and those are in the bill itself, which was in the agenda packet. SB 9 will require cities, including charter cities, to provide for the ministerial approval of a housing development in a single-family residential zone that could split the lot, add a second primary home on the lot, or both. This slide shows what qualifies for lot splits per SB 9. The lot to be split must be within a single-family residential zone, so it's only the single family. 1 lot can be divided into a maximum of 2 lots. The new lots are to be approximately equal in lot area. Each must be at least 40% of the size of the original lot. The minimum size of the new lot is 1,200 square feet. That's the minimum size. The parcel cannot be located within a historic district or state or locally landmarked historic property. The site cannot previously have been subject to an urban lot split, so it can only be split once. And each lot can have 2 residential units on it. SB 9 allows for 2 units on lots in single-family residential zones, but this can actually mean 4 units per existing lot. So we'll start talking about the ADUs, accessory dwelling units or ADUs, and junior ADUs. They are counted towards the maximum number of units on a lot split. However, the municipality is required to allow ADUs and JADUs if the development does not include a lot split. So by splitting the lot and restricting it so that only 2 units are allowed on each split lot, this would limit a current site conversion to only 4 units. But by not splitting the lot, the owner could build the 2 primary units that are allowed by SB 9, an ADU and a junior ADU. So that's creating 4 units, even though the lot's not split. The city would want to stipulate in the local ordinance that the lot splits allow only 2 units per lot. If you don't stipulate that, you're going to still be open to allowing ADUs and junior ADUs. So you'd want to put that in the ordinance.
And can you stop right there, Brandy?
Sure.
That was a bit of a head full.
Yeah.
So they can split a lot and you can build 2 units on each lot, which is 4. But then we start looking at ADUs and junior ADUs. And you just said that if that we have the ability to limit each lot to 2 units per new lot. Otherwise, it could be more.
Right.
So how could it be more?
So if we didn't limit it, if we didn't put it in our own regulation, it's saying the law basically says the city has the ability to limit it so the ADUs and junior ADUs can't be built on there. But it's not saying, the law itself isn't saying that those aren't allowed. So the city has to say that, and that's only for the lot split. So for the lot split, if you can say you can have 2 units of whatever, you could have the single family and an ADU, or you can have the single family and a junior ADU, or you can have the 2 primary units on each of those, or on a lot.
Well, why can't you split the lot and then have a house on each parcel? It's really a parcel, right? Why can't we split the parcels and then on each parcel have an ADU and a junior ADU, which would be 6 units?
They can, unless we stipulate that we are not going to allow more than 2 units. And that's why I'm saying they have different options of how they could make those 2 units on each of the lots happen. But we can stipulate it so that it's only 2 units. And that way you're not creating now 6.
I just want to be clear, because in the beginning of your presentation, you kind of made it sound like, and it does read like that you could split a parcel into 2 parcels, but that SB 9 only allows 2 on what was a house on each lot. I'm losing track. So it could go to 4.
Right. So you can split it and you can have 2 units on the lot. If we don't stipulate that they then can't have an ADU, they could only have the 2. They could do an ADU and a junior ADU on each of those, and now we're going to have something significantly more. So what we'll want to put into an ordinance.
Significantly more is 6. Let's just use numbers. Yeah. You can go from 1 to 6 if we don't do this. Yeah. But if we do this, then you can go from 1 to 4.
Yeah. Exactly. Okay. And not that 1 to 4 is great, but it's at least we have something that we can limit here.
Yeah. Okay, great. I'm sorry to interrupt.
So that's one thing that we can limit. The application of any development standard that would preclude 2 units of 800 square feet each would have to be waived to the extent necessary to allow up to 800 square feet for each unit. So we have to allow them to build up to 800 square feet for each unit on the lot. For example, if we have, if having to meet the outdoor living space requirement would make it so that the units couldn't be 800 square feet, in size, that outdoor living space requirement would have to be reduced. It doesn't have to be that it's completely eliminated, but it would have to be reduced to a point where they could construct the 800 square feet. Rear and side setbacks can be as little as 4 feet. No additional setbacks are required for existing structures. And that could be, that's not just for the main house, because we'll get into that next. But if they had, say, a detached garage and they split the lot and that detached garage is on the next, but it's way up against the property line, we wouldn't be able to, if they choose to work within that same footprint to build one of the units, we couldn't require any additional setback for that particular existing structure. No additional setbacks can be imposed, and this is where we're getting to that. If they replace the existing structure with a new one in the same size and location, we can't add additional setbacks to those either. And then the structures can be attached to each other. The SB 9 restricts that a city can require only one parking space per unit. And the city cannot require any parking if the property is within a half-mile walk to a high-quality transit corridor. And with that, it's not as loose as the ADUs was. That high-quality transit corridor means a corridor with a fixed route bus service with service intervals no longer than 15 minutes during peak commute hours. So we don't have those currently along our main routes, but that doesn't mean that if they increase bus service, we wouldn't have that. And then also you can't require parking if it's within a half-mile walk of a major transit stop, and that's an existing rail or bus rapid transit station, ferry terminal, an intersection of 2 or more major bus routes with that frequency interval of 15 minutes or less. So for us, that would mainly be the major transit stop would be the rail transit stations. And then with car share vehicles, if it's within 1 block of the site, I don't know that we have any of those. There wasn't a definition in SB 9 of what a car share vehicle is. They had the other two defined. Typically, that's like a zip car, something where you have a membership to, it's a company and you have a membership to utilize those vehicles.
Did you look at MTA line 232 down PCH, the bus schedule of that?
We had looked at this, if you recall, a couple years ago, when I think it was SB 50 was being considered. And at that time, the bus routes, none of them, we looked at all of the bus routes in town and none of them were meeting that frequency level. And I doubt that they are, that's increased over the period of COVID. We are going to be I do have staff reviewing that just to double check and make sure that we don't have any areas. I mean, it's not going to change. Whatever it is what it is, but we'll let you know if that is different than what it was 2 years ago when we were evaluating.
Oh, it could change. You could just have a bus scheduler at MTA decide that they're going to run that instead of every 16 minutes, every 15 minutes, and then
exactly.
Bam.
And then it absolutely changes the development patterns in your city just by a bus route changing.
Oh, yeah. The people scheduling the buses over to MTA could be setting zoning in Redondo Beach.
Right. So now we get into a little bit.
Wait. I'm sorry. Can you go back before you go on to the next one? Can you go back 2 slides to next one? Okay. No, the one, slide 5. Okay. So, oh no, the one where, I'm sorry, I messed up. The one where you have an existing structure, was that slide 4?
No.
Okay, so no additional setbacks for structures replacing existing structures. So I just want to be clear on what that means. So somebody has a garage and a lot of us have the house in the front, they have the long driveway, and then there's a garage in the back. So in the garage in the back, these people have built a storage shed that's actually up against the property line, let's say. So whether it's permitted or not permitted, it doesn't matter at this point because it's an existing structure. So if they wanted to replace their garage with an ADU and that storage was up behind it, then are you saying that we wouldn't be able to have additional setbacks for that? Or would they still have to be 4 feet from the property line?
So if with this, they would likely not call it an ADU and say it's their second unit. But I don't even know if that we could require that for if it was an ADU. Actually, I think no. With the ADU language already, if it's already an existing footprint of a structure that they're converting, then you have to allow them to keep it anyway. So now it's saying that you can do that if you were splitting the lot and now you wanted to make that garage the principal structure on that split lot, and it's right up against the property line, they don't have to move it.
Okay, that's what I thought you were saying. I just wanted to make that clear. Okay,
right.
Okay, go on.
Yeah.
I want to say, Brandy, I'm looking at the schedule of the 232 right at Emerald, and it's every 15 minutes exactly, starting at about 6:55, 6:41, all the way through, well into rush hour. So you know.
Yeah. It has to be morning and afternoon. Well, we'll evaluate it.
I'm happy to share the screen and show you, but I'm looking at it. It's not hard to do. Anybody can do it. Just Google MTA 232 schedule. Bam, there it is, Emerald.
Okay, so here we were. Now we're going to get into a little bit of what SB 9 doesn't allow. So SB 9 does have some limitations on demolition. And this goes to why I was giving the example of if the garage was right up against the property line and they tore it down and built it, is because there are some restrictions that we can have for demolition. So development must not demolish or alter legally restricted affordable housing, housing subject to rent control, or housing occupied by a tenant within the last 3 years. If the site has not been rented in the last 3 years, the project cannot demolish more than 25% of the exterior walls. So that would mean that the existing home, only 25% of the exterior walls could actually be demolished. Now, to do that, we actually have to put that in our the law allows us to do that, but we have to put it in our own local ordinance in order to limit it so that they can't demolish more than 25% of an exterior wall of the existing dwelling unit.
I don't suppose we can require that if they do this split that there are affordable units in there.
Well, no, however.
Because, that's what Sacramento says. This is all to get affordable housing.
I will touch on what our inclusionary housing will do. So there are a few locations where this type of lot split is not eligible, and they're listed here. As you can see, there are a few that might apply in Redondo Beach, such as in the floodplain, but I don't know that we have much single family actually in the floodplain. If there are wetlands on a property, just to be clear, we can't just say, oh, I think something is a high fire hazard area. It actually has to, there are very specific regulations or agencies that define what these are. For example, the wetlands is defined by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Manual. We will review individual applications to see that, just to make sure that it wouldn't fall in any of these areas if it's going to move forward. And if it does, then we'll let them know that they can't develop that's not eligible. There are some other restrictions. The site cannot be used for short-term rentals. The city can restrict approval, as we mentioned, of ADUs or JADUs with a lot split. The owner must sign an affidavit that they will live on site for 3 years. The site cannot be subdivided in the future. So again, we can only have have it subdivided once. And the same owner cannot subdivide an adjacent site. And thinking about it, city manager and I were talking about this earlier. Well, if you have to have an affidavit to live there, you couldn't have the adjacent site as well and live in both. So, but that being said, the ordinance doesn't even say, well, you could, do this one here, and then 3 years later, move to the next one and subdivide it. It actually just clearly says that the same owner cannot subdivide an adjacent site. For processing requirements, the city cannot apply subjective rules. The project must be approved ministerially. So there's no discretion that can be used in reviewing applications. This can't go to one of the commissions. No hearing can be required, and that includes Coastal Commission. It doesn't mean that it wouldn't have to get the coastal development permit if it's required. It's just saying that it wouldn't be subject to a hearing. The city must allow the owner to keep the non-conforming conditions such as setbacks, which we talked through a little bit earlier. As far as rights of way and easements, the city cannot require dedication of right of way. The city cannot require construction of off-site improvements. But the city can require an easement for the provision of public services and facilities. Other municipalities are considering urgency ordinances or other regulations. The examples that we have provided, Pasadena has had ongoing discussions as recently as last week at their planning commission, and a copy of that was in your agenda packet. Hermosa Beach Planning Commission is discussing this right now as a draft urgency ordinance. A copy was in the blue folder. And then Temple City discussed considering an urgency ordinance last week at their planning commission, and a copy of that was in the blue folder. In reviewing these, Hermosa Beach's proposed regulations really seem very straightforward and in line with SB 9 and in line with what I presented tonight. So it appears to be a really good template to use for any regulations we're going, want to go forward with in Redondo Beach, just tailoring anything to what we might want to have. And now we'll go through the possible local regulations to consider. You can consider objective standards. So long as they do not preclude that ability to develop 2 units of 800 square feet in size. This could be height limits or story limits, setting setbacks. You'd have to set the setbacks in line with SB 9, but possibly having step backs on the upper floors that have to be further in. Setbacks of, like I mentioned, setbacks of 4 feet from side and rear lot lines when otherwise they cannot meet what's already provided in our code. Perhaps we can set a maximum size of a second primary unit to 800 square feet. And then possibly setting minimum lot widths, because we have very relatively narrow lots as it is. Single family is also R1A. And that's if you have a 25-foot width lot and you're going to be splitting that, there are going to be a lot of issues with what could actually be developed on that site. So maybe setting the minimum lot widths. As noted before, the city can restrict lot splits to have only 2 dwelling units of any kind per new lot. We can include a reference to all lot restrictions and the demolition restrictions that I went through regarding, that is already in SB 9. Restricting that demolition of existing dwelling units to 25% of the exterior walls. I think we'd really want to put that in there. And require parking is allowed by SB 9. So at least requiring that 1 space per unit and having that in our ordinance. And then continuing on with possible regulations to consider owner occupancy requirement as allowed by SB 9, require the lots to have access to or adjoin the public rights of way. That was one that that Hermosa Beach had included in their draft ordinance. Prohibit the short-term rentals, spell out the prohibition of demolition activity, exempt sites in historic districts and historic landmark designated sites from being able to utilize SB 9. Enforce an affordability requirement that, we're going to be having our inclusionary housing ordinance where we'll have that in lieu payment. So they'll have a payment for each additional unit that would be created. So there'd at least be some affordability coming in, and then include language regarding the unavoidable adverse impacts. This is something very specific in SB 9 that requires written findings that a proposed project would have specific adverse impacts on health and safety or the physical environment. But it takes a lot of proofing to find something that would fall under that category. And that concludes my presentation. I know that's a lot of information. City council can discuss and determine what local regulations to be implemented to mitigate the impacts of SB 9, and then provide direction to staff for the preparation of any follow-up documents or ordinance.
Okay. I think it'd probably be good, Brandy, to actually leave up your slide on what we can do, because I think
sure
we're going to do that. I don't know if it's that complicated. I don't know why we wouldn't do the things that you listed, particularly limiting it to two per parcel. And don't we already have height limits in R1 and such?
What I'm saying is, well, we do, but it's 30 feet. But if you limited, say, the height of a second unit to, you could even have it in line with what the ADUs are allowed. You could limit it to 16 feet in height, 1 story.
Oh, so we can limit it to 1 story.
That would be an objective standard.
No, great.
I mean, you'd have the initial home would be at that 30 feet, but you could definitely do that, for a second unit until they come up with an interpretation that says differently. But it didn't say anything in the ordinance. It actually allowed you to use objective standards.
Let me just point out to everybody, this is a huge upzoning for anybody on an R1 lot. This is like Christmas for them, regardless of whether we limit it to 1 story or not. They're going to be able to add basically another unit or 3 more units or 5 more units to their property. So this is a huge upzoning, regardless of whatever limitations we put here in SB 9. So yeah, it's I don't know. I probably should just step through them one by one, but I'll go to the council. I mean, I don't see anything else. That we wouldn't not do. And the in lieu fee, should be.
And here was the continued.
Yeah, since there isn't going to be any affordable, and in fact, they prohibit us from requiring any of this to be affordable. The in lieu fee should be significant. And then the lot split specific development fees. Can we charge like road impact fees? The other types of fees that we charge for,
Right. So
adding units.
Yeah, thinking about the lot split specific development fees. And that's something we'll have to, work with the city attorney to make sure that it's, appropriate per what the actual regulation has. But when the unit or the property, when I talked about, let me go to that, the right of ways cannot require construction of offsite improvements. Well, if you can't require the construction of it yet, they're going to be putting in, maybe a new driveway. Maybe there's different things that they should be doing in that, those offsite improvements just for the frontage of their property. If we can't require that, perhaps there can be some kind of, sidewalk improvement fund or something along those lines that would get you that lot specific or lot split specific development fees.
Oh, absolutely. That's how we get our sidewalks upgraded is by the people who are going to benefit from it when they build a new house to upgrade the sidewalk. So, yeah, maybe this is more complicated than I realized. Well, let's go to the council and see what their reaction is.
Do you want me to stop sharing or you want me to leave this up?
Let me see if I can figure out a way. Let's go to, I think, Nils Narenheim is first. Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you. Yeah, if you can kind of leave that there, that'd be great. Great presentation, Brandy. You took out some of the things I was already thinking about. For instance, setbacks and easements. Can we call it an easement? And I guess essentially we cannot do an easement between two properties and call an easement shared square footage, therefore make it smaller than 1,200 square feet, the second unit. I guess we can't do that. Does that make sense to you? You understand?
Yeah, you can't require, let me go back to that again. cannot require dedication of right of way.
Right, and right away being the same thing as an easement, right? Okay.
Well, it's yeah, you know, when you require that dedication of the right of way, it can reduce the size of a lot because they're giving a portion of that to the city for right of way improvements. But the SB 9 doesn't allow that.
Wait, I'm not talking about city controlled. I'm talking about if it's a condo, like essentially what you're end up doing when you do a lot split, you're going to be creating a townhome situation or just two individual lots. There's got to be an easement between the two. Like if you put a house on the back versus the front, the back's going to need access. So there's going to need to be an easement between the front and the back, correct?
Well, if you require access, that it has to have, let's see, how did I put that? Let's see, where's it? Minimum lot width and access to public right of way. So if you require them that, you know, you could require frontage, that it has to front a public right of way. You can require that.
Okay.
So that way it's not just that, that the lot has, if the lot splitting, it's not just that it now has an easement and it's way back here is their actual official lot. And then they have only an easement, they actually would have to have the lot fronted. Now that doesn't mean that they couldn't meet a flag lot or create a flag lot, which is where they, you know, it looks like a flag. They go up and, you know, and around the back, but they have to, but this other lot would then have to have whatever that minimum width is as well. But you keep in mind, whatever those objective standards are, it still has to allow the production of 2 units of 800 square feet. So if it didn't, then they could, we'd have to waive those.
Okay.
So you could do it to just completely prohibit that development from happening. But you could say, you know, because you want to have some kind of uniformity, you could say it needs to be a minimum of, you know, 20-foot width.
Okay.
You know, because if you have anything less than that and you have, you know, even the 4-foot setbacks, you know, imagine it's going to be a very, very narrow home. Even if they have a flag lot to the back, it's going to be a very narrow home in that front lot.
Right. Okay. So would we need to do an urgency ordinance in order to be able to get this in place before people start putting in applications?
I would, you know, want to make sure that the city attorney addressed that. But, you know, because this would be in the zone, a change to the zoning, going through the regular process, that I can tell you, you have to do the public hearing notice for the planning commission. Then the planning commission makes the recommendation, public hearing notice to the city council for introduction, and then adoption. And then by the time it's to coastal commission is when it would be effective in the coastal zone. So none of that will happen before the end of this, you know, before January 1st. So, you know, if you wanted to have these regulations effective, I would think that urgency, or, you know, that's what other municipalities are considering, but I would leave that to the city attorney to advise.
Yeah, it would definitely be an urgency ordinance. It'd be like other things. It'd be an urgency ordinance, and you'd follow it up with a standard ordinance in case the urgency ordinance gets challenged and struck down.
Okay, I would be in favor of that and not doing the urgency ordinance. Well, I guess with the urgency ordinance, it would not apply in a coastal zone, correct? Or would it?
Well, I'd have to look at it. It depends on, you know, what the perceived emergency is. So
overdevelopment doesn't count. Lack of parking.
Well, public safety in terms of the number of homes that police department and fire department would have to respond to. But I would think if you give direction, we'll start researching it and working with Ms. Forbes to draft something under both an urgency ordinance and the traditional path.
Okay, I would be in favor of that. because they are lining up. People are asking, trying to make this happen. So it would be important. Brandy, I know I've asked this question before. ADUs, it's a net new unit, so a Quimby fee does apply or does not apply?
I don't know that it does on ADUs, but on this it would be a secondary primary unit, so it would apply. I have to double check on the ADUs and get back to you on if that's being charged. I want to say that it wasn't something allowed per the ADU regulations, but this doesn't have that, or I didn't see. I shouldn't say it doesn't, but I didn't see where it had that that regulation where you couldn't apply those fees. So I'll double check on what we do with ADUs, but this is basically having a second unit. Now they could choose to do it as an ADU, but then they're going to have they're going to have to follow the ADU restrictions. So it's, this balancing act.
Got it. Okay. So I am in favor of all your recommendations. It doesn't seem like we can really do much. All the things I was thinking about doesn't really apply. Height stories, 1 story in the back, set minimum maximum 800 square feet. Setbacks and upper floor setbacks. We don't do if we only do 1 story, we don't need upper floor setbacks.
Right.
Minimum lot width and access to public right of way. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure what that means, what we can define on that. What does that mean? What can we define on that?
If you want to set what a minimum lot width would be.
100 feet.
Yes, but if they can't, if you set that and they can't do the two 800 square feet units, then they can, that rule is basically ignored. Yeah.
So why is that flexibility important?
What you want to do is, like I said, if you set it for, say, a 20 foot minimum, at least you know that the units are going to be something that's, livable, and it's not going to be splitting per se R1A. They could, because it would meet that same as saying 100 feet, which we don't have those widths already. But if you said 20 feet, I think that that's something reasonable. I'd have to pull up what.
Yeah, but we have no idea what width to set, Brandy. 30,
yeah.
20, 10.
No, 10. Think if you say 10, then
there can't be a lot 10 feet wide.
So somebody's going to have a 7 foot wide. You're not even going to be able to sleep in that house. I'm just trying to find.
I would go with whatever your minimum recommendation is. Probably I would say 15, 20 feet. That's yeah. And then
I wanted to pull up what Hermosa did. And just
why don't we figure this out on our own?
Yeah, that we can make the recommendation on that.
And 1 parking space per unit, lot demolition. Yeah, and I agree with all that. So thank you very much. That's all I have to say. Unless you have any other questions for me.
Well, Brandy, you're going to come back, right? Based on what you're hearing tonight with, like single story, whatever minimum lot width you come up with, that sort of thing. And then we'll finalize it at the next meeting. Only,
or when, before the end of the year, we'll have do you want to finalize it and then have us do the ordinance, or have us draft the ordinance with the recommendations in it?
Well, you have to come. You're not going to do an ordinance tonight, right? You have to come back.
No. But you were saying come back. I'm just saying if we come back with the draft ordinance, I don't know that I'd have to, work with the city attorney on whether that's the next meeting or say the 14th. But we would come back in December.
I see what you're saying. You just need to work with the city attorney to see if you can do it that fast.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. No, ideally, yes. You come back with an ordinance the next meeting, and we'll probably make some adjustments, or maybe not, and then we pass it at the next meeting. And then does it take effect right away? Because normally I have to wait 30 days.
I don't. With an urgency.
Yes, if it's an urgency, that would be the point, right? This has to be effective before the 1st.
Well, it doesn't have to, but any application that would come in before this is effective wouldn't be subjected to some of the things that we talk about, like the limit of the demolition of 25%, or they could say, well, we don't want to put parking, or they could have, whatever, the heights up to 30 feet or whatever it might be.
Sounds like everybody in community planning is going to have to quarantine at the beginning of the year.
I see what you're saying. Okay. All right. Yeah. So ideally you come back next time with an ordinance and yeah, if you can.
Have it.
Anything else, Councilmember MD?
No, I haven't started.
No, I didn't mean you. I mean, go ahead.
I'm good. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, I think Nils is done.
Okay, so one of the things that Neil said was that the one story in the back, but remember this is R1. So a typical R1 is 50 by 100 feet. So if you split it, you could actually have two that are 25 by 100, correct?
I think what we were talking about was one story for the second unit. He did say for the rear unit, but I think it's one story for whatever the second unit is. So there's going to be a primary unit that could have the 30 feet, be built like a regular residential dwelling, but the second one would only be allowed to be a single story.
On the same lot, or we're talking, so you have a lot that's 50 by 100, you split it, and you're talking, and now you're only talking about the one half of that lot that's 25 by 100. That would have the two units that would be one story and the other one would be two stories?
Yeah.
So, okay.
And then the other lot would have the same.
Would be 2 stories and a 1 story.
Yeah.
Why do we have to allow 2 stories at all?
Yeah, I don't think that you could because if something's an existing residential unit, you can't have, require them to.
But if somebody splits their lot and builds 2 new houses, they're going to tear down the existing unit.
No, because we're requiring 25% of the exterior walls.
Yeah.
So, for example, in our area, if you have the driveway that goes to the back where the garage is, and the most houses are about 1,000 to 12, anywhere from 1,000 to 1,500 square feet on the old 1940 houses. And so you could demolish 25% of that one and split the lot, conceivably. But for example, on my lot where we've already built across the entire unit, if we required only 25% of the exterior walls to be done, you couldn't split that lot accordingly. Am I saying that right, Brandy?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's what that's about. Okay, so I just want to make sure that people understand, what this looks like. So I was a little concerned with the 2-story, 1-story, but I see what you're saying, and I do appreciate the fact that we wouldn't want to have the 2nd story on the second unit in that lot because of what we discussed earlier with ADUs about having the shade in someone's backyard and just the feeling of it being confined with the 2nd story. So we've already have precedents where we've done that. And so that's good. I would like to maintain that. And then I would recommend on the R1As, if I remember right, those are typically 25 by 100?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so technically they could be split because half of that is going to be more than 1,200 square feet.
Well, then why couldn't we say that the minimum being 25 feet? Because then that would preclude all the 1As, and then you have your 50 by 100.
Remember that objective standard can only stand if it allows them to have the 2 units.
Still allows them to have the 2.
Yeah, so we'd have to completely waive that lot width. So I want to play with that lot width to see what would make sense. But I think mind you, I think R1As
were already lot splits.
Yeah.
That's exactly what
I know.
That's exactly what I'm saying. They're already lot splits. And so just because I don't think the legislator considered lot 1As. They were thinking of 50 by hundreds or more. And so I think it's perfectly reasonable to have it be a 25 foot or, at most a 20 foot. Because if you take a 25 foot width lot and you divide that in half, that's 12 and a half feet each side, or it's a 12 and 13 because you have to be within 40%, correct? And so you would have a 12-foot lot, and then you have 4-foot setbacks. That means it's an 8-foot house.
That's if you split it that way. You could split it vertically too.
You could split it vertically?
No,
you could
split it along the other axis.
Yeah, where you have that flag lot. But the problem with that is, what I was saying is, if you have to have a driveway access to get back to that other lot,
right,
that's still going to keep that first lot too skinny. It's going to be in the similar situation.
If you split the R1A.
It'd be like 15 feet wide. Yeah,
exactly. So, okay. So presuming you get over that part of it and you kind of make that argument, you research that, I would like to see the minimum lot size, the minimum width and access to the public right of way be 25 feet. Because then, because all R1s, because I'm going to presume that the argument can be made that the R1As can be considered already split, that we've already done a lot split on those. And that there's no way you can do 800 square feet on one of those lots and make any kind of access to a public right of way whatsoever. But you can research that part of it. So if we're just looking at R1s, I would like us to consider a 25-foot lot width with access to public right of way. Height and stories, I'm okay with the one, being in the back. No short-term rentals for sure. And then we also need to limit 2 units per lot. And just to give you an idea, in District 4 near the Galleria, they have, I think they're 3,500 square foot lots right now. They're set up so they're kind of almost square. So you could conceivably, cut that in half and then do that. That would just be such a tiny, tiny lots. I just can't imagine that that's even going to make an 800 square foot house, because already right now those houses are 1,000 square feet. Okay. But anyway,
I think what we're going to see is some are going to say that doesn't make sense. I own my house. I'm not going to split, I can't demo it. So it's not going to make sense. And there are going to be some that are going to try and get as creative as they can to make as whatever money they can to split the lot. We're going to see, it'll be interesting to see, and I don't mean that in a positive way, but it will be interesting to see what kind of applications come in.
No, it is very interesting to see, because you'll be amazed at the creativity that people have. I think that's going to be very interesting to see. But I think the key on that is if they allow us to do the limit on demolition to 25% of the exterior walls, because a majority of the houses have already been upgraded and enlarged. Matter of fact, one of the reasons why they did the R1 design guidelines was to prevent mansionization. If that was the big concern back then, is that we were getting too big of houses at the time. So I think a lot of houses have already kind of upgraded and moved up. So I think that will help mitigate some of the concerns that people have about SB9. And I think those are the ones that I find most important. I'm open to others, but I find those to be the most important. And I don't agree with it necessarily putting a whole bunch of fees on everything, because I think an argument's going to be made that we are trying to work against having affordable housing. And I think that would jeopardize us, but I would leave that up to the city attorneys to decide that.
Like I said, we'll have that in our inclusionary housing ordinance, where they'll have to have an in lieu fee. So that's already going to be built into that ordinance.
Yeah, but the other fees that was being discussed earlier.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I would caution, although I agree with I understand the concept and why, but I just caution on any challenge on that. And that's it. Those are the ones I find most important.
This is not affordable housing. This is market rate housing. If this was going to be a housing requirement that some of this be affordable, but the state's not interested in affordable housing. They're just taking the lid off of everything, and it's all market rate. And a lot of people need to understand that. This is not affordable housing. It's in the way of what would be affordable housing. So yes, we should absolutely make them pay for whatever impacts the city and the residents who live here are going to have to absorb, like a tree ordinance. If they're going to cut down a tree to build another unit, they should have to pay for that. Other cities have tree ordinances where if you're going to take a tree down, you have to pay for it. And I think that would fit in right here. If you have to cut down a tree of a certain size to build your second unit, you should have to pay an impact fee. I mean, they're destroying our tree canopies. Think about it.
I'd rather them replace the tree, but you know.
There's going to be nowhere to replace it. Where are they going to put it?
Well, I mean, to your point, that's an argument, and I'm not advocating for this. I'm just saying that would be an argument to not have height restrictions, because by having height restrictions, you can have places to put trees, and so
Well, if you take a tree down, you have to pay for it, and you still have the highway. This is a huge upzoning for everybody, and they should pay for the impacts. And this has nothing to do with affordable housing. And the other thing I'd like to look at is some sort of, I know the city of Los Angeles is looking at banning investor ownership of residential development, and that's been a huge problem. And they turn them into rentals. So the idea of restricting neighboring owners, well, they just changed the name from Acme LLC to Acme B LLC. So yeah, it's a hard thing to track and keep in. Yeah. So anyway, this is really deep. There's a lot of stuff here, and we've got to be looking after our city, because they're running us over with no affordable accommodations whatsoever. By the way, our schools are full. So who's going to pay for that?
Look,
anyway.
I agree with all that, but the problem is that just by having them pay doesn't help mitigate the actual inconvenience of what you're talking about. Yeah. I would much rather them replace a tree than to just pay for it, because like to your point, people will just pay to get around that. But those effects of what is being done are real effects, the real impacts into the neighborhood. And just because somebody paid $150 because they tore down a tree doesn't mitigate my impact.
I think the ordinance, I think the fee in Manhattan Beach is $25,000.
But again, it doesn't. If I'm living next door and I've lost a tree, $25,000 helps me not at all. And so I'd rather have the tree. So that's what I'm trying to say.
I couldn't agree more. It's just, it mitigates it to some extent it mitigates it more than doing nothing. Let me just say that. Anyway, this obviously, we need to give this some more thought. And yeah, I guess when you come back, we'll give it more thought in the meantime. Anyway, Councilmember Obaji.
Howdy. All right. So I got a question for you. Well, actually, let's take up the mayor's idea. Is it possible to restrict the sale or transfer of property in Redondo, of residential property in Redondo Beach, for the purpose of dealing with the affordable housing crisis, prohibit people from transferring it to non-individuals, non-natural persons? So basically, by putting a prohibition on that's not going to affect existing residential that's owned by LLCs or corporations, but basically saying that you cannot sell to an LLC, and I realize that's a question for the legal, for legal, and probably not one that you know off the top of your head, but
I don't, but I would think immediately we'd get a lot of claims against the city for a regulatory taking, because you're diminishing the value of the individual's property by limiting who can purchase it from them.
But if I can recall my discussion about 8 years ago on the power plant, that changing the use of a power plant to a parkland is not a taking, because you have to remove all essentially enjoyable use of the property in order to affect a taking.
Well, in that case, they just added a use. They didn't take away the use. In this case, you would be taking away, or at least limiting severely,
the world of people who could receive the property.
Exactly. And I think it's no coincidence that the number of we'll buy your property for free, as the mayor mentioned, a real estate agent said, I can have it sold by Sunday for you. And you don't have to do anything. And so,
for sure.
People can title the house in an LLC's name. They do that all the time to protect it.
Right.
The asset. Right. So, I don't know if you can do that.
We're getting far afield, but, we're going to have enough legal challenges from developers.
Right. I'm just trying to get creative, because imagine that could be one way to essentially stop the big money from coming in here. And my main concern, actually, Brandy, to get to the hard, the actual realities here is we have the Golden Hills and Golden Triangle, where the lots are about 2,500 square feet, and I'd say the frontage approximately just 2-car width plus a walkway, so call it 25 feet. So you're saying that these could be split essentially right now this way or both ways, essentially?
Well,
without further regulation.
Yeah, without us putting anything into place, they could. I don't know that any of these could be split. You could only remove 25% of the walls of something, and you can't, or you can only demolish 25% of the wall of the existing structure.
So is that's our
wait, I take that back, because that would be us adding that, correct? Okay. So they could demolish the structure as long as it's not an affordable unit, and as long as it doesn't have hasn't had a renter in there in the last 3 years. They could demolish the unit, somehow create 2 lots, and in this case, they may not choose to create 2 lots, but rather, not do the lot split, but do a duplex, do 2 units on one of these lots.
Right. How about this, Brandy? You don't even touch the house, except you seal off one half of it, and you say, okay, I'm going to sell the other half as a unit, and I'm moving into the other unit.
That's where one of the things that Hermosa did, and I put in our in the recommendations, or for the possible local regulations, was for the primary dwelling units, on whatever lots created. So any of the new lots, whether it's 2 or they keep the 1, if they have 2 units on it, that it can't be under separate ownership or conveyance. And that's what Hermosa did. Now you could have, if you split the lot, those 2 lots can be under separate ownership or conveyance. But the
legal minds can get around that. You can form an LLC and each have a 50% membership interest in an LLC, or make it a co-op.
Right, and there are going to be creative solutions, and there may be some people who challenge that and go to HCD and tattle and say, we don't think that we should have this restriction, and HCD will make, down the line, make some determination about that kind of interpretation. But, again, there was nothing in there that said you couldn't have that kind of requirement on there.
Okay. So I guess when you craft whatever revisions in ordinance within the confines of SB 9, I would just like you to keep in mind this Golden Triangle area, Golden Hills area, because they're already super tight. And I don't think the risk is from residents basically deciding that they're going to do this renovation to maximize their dollars. I think they're going to sell at top dollar as is, maybe redo the kitchen just like they've been doing. And some institutional investors are going to come in and buy it and think, now it's empty, no furniture, I can make these changes and sell 2 units, for example. So I think that's the real risk that I think all of Redondo faces.
And that's actually where, if it's a lot split, if they do, here in that particular circumstance, if it's one of those lots, they may not split the lot, but they may split the the residential into 2 residential structures. Yeah, and that one, I don't think you can require the owner affidavit that they're going to live there for 3 years. I think it's only under the lot split that you can require that.
Okay, I get that. So if they're not going to split the lots, sorry, Mike, were you saying something?
I was just going to say it's such a talk about things not being enforceable. I think the state viewed it as, well, they'll be prosecuted for perjury.
Nobody.
That's funny. They're not. It's the most unprosecuted crime, and then we'll put it in our ordinance, and it's a misdemeanor. You know, because it's the only thing we can do. And
well, here's one thing, and I was going to raise this later as a agendizing something for a few months down the line. But when you do put in this, Mike, but when you do put in something in our laws that you prohibit somebody from doing and they violate it, their neighbor then could sue them on a nuisance theory or on some other theory that they're disturbing, causing too much noise, too much activity over there because more occupants live there than it should be. And they can use the violation of the city's ordinance as evidence of a nuisance per se. And so essentially creates a presumption in their favor that by violating the city's rule, they are especially liable for the violation for a tort. So it does help in that regard as far as civil causes of action, even if the city never prosecutes it. But all right, I think I made my point relative to these 2,500 square foot lots. I thank you, Brandy, for your deep dive on this and kind of for mastering it straight out of the gate. And I think we're going to be hard pressed to get this done immediately, but I think as soon as we can would be ideal.
We'll bring an urgency ordinance back and.
All right. So yeah, I guess anybody make the motion already?
I don't think so. But I when you get into the fees, like the frontage fees and things like that, I mean, we have no idea what to set those at, Brandy.
We can have language in there that says that will be established in the master fee schedule, and that's adopted by resolution separately. That's what we do. We have in our other ordinances or other sections of the code is it references the master fee ordinance so that we aren't having to create the fee and change it in each ordinance every time.
Okay, that makes sense. And, using my tree example, I mean, we don't have a tree ordinance. So I don't know that we can charge a fee if we don't have an ordinance. I don't know the answer to that question. Would we have to form a tree ordinance?
I think some of those items, Mayor, will have to trail separately. I mean, they just will.
Right.
And we may risk some of the timing, but I think we can implement fees in some of those instances over time. And I think the most important thing is to get our ordinance up to date with these specific requirements as soon as, and then add to it as we can.
Okay.
My motion would be to direct staff to prepare an urgency ordinance consistent with the recommendations that Ms. Forbes laid out. And also in consultation, obviously, with the city attorney. And that's
the comments that we had input on the one story.
We're taking into account the comments and concerns raised by the city council members. And separately from the motion, I just urge all of the city council members to get behind Mayor Brand's efforts at the state level to restore power for local land use in our municipal governments.
I'll second that motion.
We have comments from the public.
Great. Go ahead, Eleanor.
Okay, Holly Osborne. Go ahead, Holly.
Okay. First of all, I sent Brandy a bunch of comments, and I have to, Brandy, I didn't see your presentation. I saw you had another sheet where you had some slightly different listings, and almost all the questions that I had, you actually had incorporated in your presentation, but I hadn't seen your presentation. There were so many attachments I didn't see that one. But I did want to make some points about the 4 means 4. I heard Tony Atkins say so many times on the floor of the Senate and the Assembly, 4 means 4. I feel like a broken record saying this. 4 means 4. So 4 is the maximum. If I said 4 means 4 for the rest of the hour, that would be how many times she said it. So when I hear council members or people others saying 6 or 8 or 12, 4 means 4. So make sure that is in your ordinance. The other thing is, I have probably written at least 12 or 14 letters to various people where I split the lots on the 25 by 100 lots and showed them how difficult it was. I'm getting upset. I didn't get one damn answer back, except from Ben Allen. I said, could you show this to Scott Wiener and show him how small this is? You know what the damn answer was? Scott Wiener's from San Francisco. He will think this is wide. Okay? Now, I better get control of myself.
Why Sacramento shouldn't be doing this?
What?
Why Sacramento shouldn't be doing this?
Well, another thing is, I did call for the person who wrote all the housing elements. I won't get so upset now. I just got mad at Ben. But at least he didn't vote for this. So his name was Steve Wertham, and I sent him this stuff, and he looked at it, and I said, listen, you can't split these lots. And he said, well, if it's not profitable, a developer won't do it, so don't worry about it. The real problem is not all 2,500 square foot lots are created equal. 50 by 50 2,500, and you can split that, or you could split a 25 by 100 if it was on a corner. But do those dumb people think of stuff like that? No. So, I mean, I've just been thinking of all these things that you were just thinking now for months. Okay? So, I guess I don't have anything else to say.
Thanks, Holly, for being active.
Holly, you're doing more than.
Sorry, I didn't see your presentation because you thought up somehow all the things that I said when I corrected but I only sent the email to you and Mike and whatever. I didn't, I don't send them all around. I didn't send them to the councilman, but I just, okay, you addressed them. Goodbye.
Brandy, can you share your presentation with me and the rest of the council?
Sure will. And Holly, that's why you didn't see it before. It wasn't in the packet. I was still preparing the presentation. So you didn't miss it. It was just tonight, and I'll send it over to the city clerk and share it with the mayor and council. So it'll be available.
And then one of us will share it with you, Holly.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we have 3 e-comments. Go ahead, Vicki.
Okay, first comment is submitted by Brianna Egan. I write my comments knowing that the topic of housing and zoning are politically fraught. My views are my own and do not represent that of any groups or projects I am affiliated with in the city. My perspective is informed by lived experience, environmental and economic justice concerns, and my social and generational position as a young adult. I challenge you to think about the following questions. 1, how effective has land use planning been over the years in Redondo Beach at providing homes for middle class and low income families? Do you see ever escalating land and home prices as a net positive thing for our community? What are the possible impacts on racial and economic diversity in our neighborhoods and schools, on essential workers like teachers and caregivers? 2, why do we move to add affordability requirements to multifamily developments and limit heights and square footage when we do not do the same for monstrous $3 million single family home developments that house just one family and in many cases do not add any net new homes? 3, should graduates of RUHS be able to return to their hometown after college and afford to buy homes and start families if they choose? Should seniors be able to remain in their neighborhoods, or should middle-aged homeowners be able to add units to their homes for their parents or adult children to live independently and affordably? LA has been consistently downzoned since the 1960s, leading to our housing and homelessness crisis, pushing families to the Inland Empire, generating higher VMT, emissions, and resource use. Exclusionary SFH-only zoning policies are vestiges of racist redlining. Median home values and rent have soared in proportion to income, making home buying out of reach for so many young people. Around 700 students graduate from RUHS every year, while we build only 35 new homes per year. UC Berkeley's Turner Center estimates SB 9 will enable 700,000 new homes to be built across California, a modest impact. Enacting restrictions that make it impossible for homeowners to split their lot and create duplexes limits potential revenue for the city and only serves to make our city older, less diverse, and more stagnant. The second comment is submitted by Lester Holt. Brianna is absolutely correct. Exempting single-family homes from these onerous restrictions is legally dubious and could expose the city to legal liability. Redondo Beach has had plenty of time to make housing more affordable, and the city has failed to do so. That makes bills like SB 9 an unfortunate necessity. Please stop with the mindless NIMBYism. Your attempts at sabotaging state law are going to get the city sued, and you're just goading the legislature into even more action. With all due respect, Mayor Bill Brand is the patron saint of NIMBYism. The comment is submitted by Mel Gary. I urge you to fully comply with SB 9. Redondo Beach has not built enough housing and desperately needs more. While not perfect, SB 9 is a great first start into improving living conditions in the city and state. That concludes comments from e-comment for this item.
Any more public comment, Eleanor?
No, Mayor, that concludes the public comments.
Let me answer those last three. Redondo Beach is 11,000 residents per square mile. We're one of the most densely populated areas on the entire California coast. We have an incredible variety of housing. We have everything from single housing to 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, multifamily housing. We have single family housing. We have a trailer park. We have people living on their boats. We have numerous senior housing facilities. You heard about 2 of them tonight, actually 3 of them, and there's many more than that. We have a Section 8 program in Redondo Beach with the Housing Authority. So Redondo Beach has done a fantastic job. And as you heard, we've already split R1 lots and become R1A lots. So we've done a fantastic job at meeting the housing needs as best we can moving forward. In fact, I would argue there is no city in this area that's done as great a job as Redondo Beach has done. In terms of affordable, if the state laws were interested in affordable housing, why are there no affordability requirements in SB 9? Would have been a simple thing to do. I met with Scott Wiener and I asked him that 4 years ago. Why is there no affordable housing in 827, which is similar to all this? And he just looked at me. As for young people graduating high school and coming out of college and being able to afford a single family home right away, that's never going to happen in Southern California unless you happen to just have money already. When I graduated college, I rented for 20 years before I could afford a home. So yes, if you want to be able to afford a home right out of college, I don't know where to tell you to go. You can expect to have to work and save your money to get a down payment to buy a house. That's an unrealistic expectation. And as far as money for the city, what you folks don't understand is it's the #1 cost driver for the city. And as we heard in our budget earlier tonight, we get $30 million a year in property tax back from the county and state. Actually, that's only a 16% of what the county and state get in the property tax revenue. So we really get a pittance. And the driver of the cost, while it's our #1 revenue, it's our #1 cost driver. See how there's 2 sides of that equation? You don't just get money, you got to spend money and pay for things. And police, fire, it's already at $70 million. So you guys are wrong on just about every single point. Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yeah, I just want to say to Holly that when you speak, I listen, and you do more to influence housing policy statewide than I'd say 90% of elected officials that I meet. You know your stuff. So you're doing an amazing job. Thank you for everything that you do. And to your point of what you were saying, Brandy, maybe we can get in some of the whereas clauses, some of the things that Tony Atkins did say regarding SB 9. 4 is 4, I think is really important because that way we don't open ourselves up to 5 or 6 potential units for SB 9 projects. Anything else that they said publicly that could back us up in the whereas clauses. So that's actually a good idea. I'd appreciate if we could have that in there, Brandy. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Lonesi.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting that Lester Holt, the NBC News anchor, is watching our meetings and commenting on them because that was the name of somebody. I find it very interesting that a lot of these people that are accusing you of being an NIMBY, Mayor Brand, A, don't have a business background like you and I do, and business degrees, and B, and that's not a knock on them, but how many economists have come out and said if you build more housing, necessarily it's going to lower housing prices? If that were the case, then Phoenix, which is the fastest growing metropolitan area in the country, would not have their house pricing rise 25% in the last year. Because there's plenty, I was just there 2 weeks ago. There's plenty of land there, there's plenty of house building, and yet they're still going up 25%. You know what's driving the housing prices? Low interest rates, record low interest rates of like 2.5% on houses, and jobs. And guess what they're building in Phoenix? Intel just built a new chip plant. Taiwan Semiconductor is building a new chip plant. That's driving housing prices. If you want low housing prices, go to Detroit, where we're not creating new jobs. So, when people are saying just add more housing stock, that's like, you are absolutely right. That is not going to add, or that's not going to lower the price, not even 10%. And so, I hate to say this, but I agree with you. I saved for 20 something years. I rented for many years and I couldn't afford it. And I feel very bad because I've got 2 young kids and of course I worry about that, but they probably won't start off in Redondo Beach, and that's okay. I didn't start off in Redondo Beach. I started off in very low rent and cost areas, and I worked my way up like you. And it's not even a question of I got mine, you get yours. It's a question of the reality of things. And living near the beach is expensive. It's always been expensive. It just happens to be a lot more expensive now because we have a lot more jobs in the area that can pay for it. The tech bubble, the tech jobs are what's driving also the cost of it. Look at San Jose and Cupertino. Look at here. We're near Silicon Beach. That's what's driving the price of it, not a lack of supply. Because if you trace the amount of jobs that are created over the last 20 years, especially the last 10 years in Silicon Beach, and the pricing increases, you can see that they go hand in hand. So I think it's great that people think that more housing would solve their problems and everything would be great, but the reality is it won't. And I think you said this before, Mayor Brand. Hong Kong is one of the most densely populated areas in the world. Guess who has one of the most expensive housing prices in the world? Hong Kong. Density does not equal low. So that's my soapbox, but I think you're right, Mayor Brand. I agree with you completely on this one. So thank you.
Yeah, our challenge really is affordable housing, and it's the cities that have been getting affordable housing. We got affordable housing at the Galleria. The state didn't get us affordable housing at the Galleria. All the state did was make us upzone it and allow for as many as 1,000 units. Well, guess what? They built 300, and there was nothing in RENA that required any of those to be affordable. The Galleria could have come in and asked for 1,000 units with zero affordability. And there went RENA. RENA accomplished absolutely nothing. We're the ones who got 20% affordable as a condition of approval, not the state housing laws. And with our inclusionary zoning, we'll get affordable housing, not state housing laws. So for us, it is about affordable housing, and that's what we're struggling to get and get implement laws that really force it if a project is a certain size. So the 3 people who spoke at the end have it entirely backwards. They really don't know what they're talking about. I'm sorry to say.
Mayor, I have 2 more comments, e-comments.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, Edward Giordano, first Leslie Campeggi writes, based on some of the comments, it's evident more education needs to be done. The public doesn't understand that SB 9 does not have any component to require affordable housing. Then Edward Giordano writes, I urge you to fully comply with SB 9. California just lost a member in the US House and therefore an electoral college vote. I do not want to see California become even less powerful in America. Please build more housing. That completes the comments.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Anything else? Anybody? I don't see any hands up. I guess there's a motion on the floor, and the second is a motion clear, Brandy?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath. Aye. Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye. But I just want to say, you guys make it sound like it was impossible to get in Redondo Beach, but we bought our first house in Redondo Beach, and my son bought his first house in Redondo Beach. So I think it's very interest rate dependent, and so I think there is opportunity to come out here out of school and be able to afford here. So you're not going to get the big mansions, but you can get a house in Redondo Beach. It all depends on interest rates.
A lot of people say, where are our children going to live? Where you do if they, do well and are successful and work hard and a little bit of luck, they're going to live right where the same place you are. I don't know, we can't just present it to them. So be nice. Anyway, moving on to P2. P2 is my appointments to Planning Commission and Recreation and Parks. I'm proud to make 2 appointments tonight. One is Scott Barron out in District 5, who has been a resident out there for 20 years, has 2 kids, very interested. He's a lawyer by trade. I've spoken with him a couple times. He did the interviews. The other person is Gail Hazeltine, who recently submitted her application. Gail's grew up in Redondo Beach and was a major force to stop the heart of the city way back in 2001, 2002, and was intimately involved in all that. Was on the 7-Eleven commission for the school board going way back. And it's just a fantastic person. She helped lead the signature drive on Measure DD, the first one, and really hasn't been that active in the last, in the city, I'd say maybe 6 years or so. But she's a solid citizen, and I'm really, really happy that she'll accept this and that she applied and that she wants to do it. We're lucky to have her. And then lastly, Roger Light in Recreation and Parks. He applied a couple years ago and was denied by 3 council members here. So now that the tables are turned, he's willing to come back and apply. And so I decided to appoint him to Recreation and Parks. He lives in District 5 as well. Has been a long time resident of Redondo Beach. And sir, he's a neuro, what does he do? He's a PhD in
neuropsychology.
Yeah, neuropsychology. Thank you. It's late. Anyway, so those are my appointments, and hope to get approval from the council. So with that, Councilmember Obaji.
I just want to thank you, Mayor Brand, for choosing 2 of these 3 appointments to come from Northern Redondo. I really appreciate that, and ensuring that our Planning Commission continues to have North Redondo representation. Contrary to kind of some of the projections or predictions made by others, it seems like you've really taken into account the interests of North Redondo residents in making these appointments. So thank you for these these great choices. I'd move to approve these nominations.
Second.
Yeah, okay. There was no one on Planning Commission from District 5, so clearly was a hole needed filling. Okay.
Mayor, no public comments for this item.
Okay, I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
No.
Councilmember Obaji?
Aye.
And Councilmember Indeed?
I won't be voting against District 5 people. I prefer this vote to be bifurcated, but I'll go ahead and vote yes.
Okay, well, thanks you guys. Passed 4-1. What else? I guess that's kind of it. Referrals to staff. I guess I skipped city manager items. Mike, did you have any city manager items you wanted to cover?
I had a couple that I was going to cover, but we kind of got to them during the budget item. Just wanted to let you know we were working on bringing back strategic plan, advisory consultant recommendation, hopefully the council in December. We also have, as was mentioned, the fire assessment report that'll be coming in December as well. So it's going to be a busy month. We do plan to have all 3 Tuesdays in the month host meetings, 7th, 14th, and 21st, which does pinch pretty close to the holiday season, but we do have quite a bit of work to do. So that's all for me tonight. And I'm awaiting referrals. Hopefully short.
Hey, I know you got a lot on your plate. The city has a lot on their plate. Okay, well, Mayor and Council referrals, Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yeah. So I got a question, Mike. What is the status update we were going to discuss during this fall period? 4th of July, 2022.
Yeah, that's coming. We're going to bring that to you in December. That's an item that's on the list. We also have, we've got a number of referrals. The sailing program item to the Rec and Parks Commission last week. And they've got some follow-up requests that they've made of us. So I think we're going to delay that until they take a second bite at the apple for you all to have it immediately thereafter. And I know you're still waiting on a contract class report as well. So you've got a few things coming out of the Community Services Department on the referral list.
Okay. So what's the time frame for the 4th of July stuff? And what are you thinking, like December or January?
Yeah, I'm thinking if we can fit it in that December 21st meeting, ideally. It'll depend a little bit on what the rest of the agenda looks like. But if not there, we'll have it in early January.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be good. I know the Riviera bid is already planning and already moving forward with thoughts. And I know the 4th of July, both in Riviera Village is and in the harbor is thinking about, the 4th of July fun run as well. Dave, we get a lot of phone calls on that.
Yeah, and it would be good to conclude that discussion before Stephen departs as well, because I know we have some waterfront implications on that too. So
that's right. Okay, I think that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, very simple. Mike, can we get an update on when the railings down at the harbor are going to be completed, or maybe you can do that offline?
Yeah, I'll get you something offline. We
talked about outsourcing it and giving it to somebody. So I'd like to know, because it's been a long time and that money's sitting there. So it might be good to do it when there's not a lot of people there in the winter. So.
Right. We'll get you an update on that.
Okay, that's it for me. Thank you.
Councilmember Horvath.
Nothing. No, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji. Councilmember Obaji.
You're muted.
All right. I don't think these are going to require a lot of staff work, but if we can agendize 3 or 4 months down the line, as we discussed, Mike, a discussion about proscribing or potentially prescribing skateboarding past 10 p.m. or before 7 a.m. for non-commuter purposes, like recreational skateboarding. And I think that's going to be more of an issue as we get to skate parks in. And then another thing I'd like, well, I guess for a second to discuss that. And other loud noises, I guess, not just skateboarding, but like sanitizing of shopping carts at Target, that kind of thing. At 4 a.m. that wakes people up.
We can talk about sort of noise ordinance items. I think we'll want to maybe separate that from the skateboard park discussion, only because in addition to hours of operation, at some point, we're going to need to actually create operating rules that will be added to our park rules when we build the 2 parks, both in Perry and down at the waterfront. So we'll need to come back with an item, I think, to structure general operations.
The noise ordinance, considering that our police don't have a mechanism to deduce, the sound of the decibels of noise. I think it's a noise ordinance, just an obnoxious noise ordinance.
Right.
All right. I'd like to get a BRR about. Is there a vote for that? Because I have a strong, as someone who would have to file a criminal charge if it were that. An obnoxious is a hard legal standard to prove, even a reasonable person.
We're not drafting the ordinance right now, right? I mean, it could also not necessarily be a criminal ordinance. It could be an ordinance that gives rise to a civil cause of action.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I was just saying that, was there a vote? because I asked for a second and then go on to the next thing.
Got it. Is there
It would just end up disappearing into a void. So I wanted to make certain.
Got it. Thank you. Is there a second?
What is it exactly you're asking for? Zane? Say again.
Agendizing a discussion about potentially obnoxious noises.
It would be, I think, an update, review of our current noise ordinance and maybe an update on our rules. I mean, I think that would be the discussion.
Okay, I'll second that then, if that's what the motion is.
Yeah.
And when would this occur?
I think I heard 3 to 4 months. Yeah.
February, March. Okay. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
I'm inclined to vote no, but I'm going to vote yes if we discuss people using power tools and stuff like that and maybe changing some of the hours because I've gotten some complaints.
Sure. I mean, obviously, I wasn't saying the hours. It's got to be discussed at that meeting.
So I'll say yes.
Councilmember Obaji.
Yes.
And Councilmember MD.
Yes.
Okay, next thing.
Can I get a BRR about either a mid-year or the next budget? Not a rush. On you've seen those at the other parks where they have the big shade structures over the play areas for Perry Park and Andrews Park.
Yeah, we can address that as part of the budget response report in the future. Those are nice finishes and nice touches for play equipment. They typically require they need to be built as part and parcel of the original play equipment because they require significant structural engineering and things of that nature. So it's not impossible to add them after the fact, but it's a little more cumbersome. But we can address that in a BRR.
Okay. Well, if it's just to say that it's not possible without replacing the whole thing, the equipment's fairly new, so it's not worthwhile to explore at this time until their livable life is exhausted. And then
another one.
Okay, I can. They're written down. I can deal with it at a later point. Well, here, one. Let's see if I get support from other council members on this. A resolution or a letter to other cities surrounding us, asking them to contribute to our litigation costs against the water board to appeal their renewal, their 2-year extension to the AES power plant for OTC. You know, it's one thing that these cities aren't contributing, Hermosa's not contributing, but we're also not formally asking them. And at the very least, I know that the entire Palos Verdes Peninsula looks down at Redondo Beach, and what do they see that stands out the most? That power plant. Everybody has an interest in getting rid of this power plant. Let's just ask them to pitch in a little bit, since we're incurring significant costs on one lawsuit and another.
So
is that something that can be done as an individual council member or do you want to have a form letter? Or I'm not sure what direction are you looking for, Zane, on that?
I guess I was just asking for a discussion about the city sending a letter to our peer cities, the surrounding cities.
Can I suggest it may wait depending on the ruling that we're expecting?
Okay. Let's table it. We'll table that and another thing. Thank you. Nothing else. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember MD.
I'll just send an email to staff. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that's it, folks. Great meeting. Good seeing everybody. I guess I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Councilmember Narenheim, second by Councilmember Lowenstein to adjourn. Is there any objections?
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Yeah. You're adjourned. So ordered.
Holidays. Happy Hanukkah.